watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to let you know some of what we have coming up for you on this show this morning. We are going to give you the latest in the investigation and the search for the shooter in connection with the killing of Charlie Kirk. That happening yesterday afternoon at an event at Utah Valley University. The manhunt still ongoing. We heard an update from investigators just a little bit ago. We're going to talk about that and break down the latest in the investigation and kind of where things go from here as well. We're also going to look at how we can lower rising political tensions, seeing increasing cases of political violence. So we will talk about that in a little bit as well. Meanwhile, Florida and the country commemorating the 9/11 anniversary. You're seeing a live look right there as the annual ceremony in New York City continues, where they read the names of the victims. Then this is a live look right now at the Curlew Hills Memorial Gardens in Palm Harbor, where they have a ceremony going on right there. The governor spoke at this one just a few moments ago. They had bagpipers playing Amazing Grace just a couple of minutes ago as well. So certainly a somber morning on this 24th anniversary of 9/11. We will get you inside some of these commemorations as well coming up in just a little bit. But we begin our show today with the latest update from investigators, where they're saying the gunman still on the loose after this targeted attack on conservative activist Charlie Kirk at an event at Utah Valley University yesterday. This is a video kind of showing some of the scene there. Now, the latest from investigators is that they are able to track the gunman's movements on and across campus before and after the shooting. They have not released any details about that suspect, or at least not many details about that suspect, but they say that gunman appeared to be around college age, because they say he, quote, blended in well with the campus community. They are also saying that the investigators have good video footage showing the gunman, but they're not releasing it at this time. They say they're trying to use technology to identify that shooter, and officials, meanwhile, are urging patience with the investigative process.
Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual.
The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him.
So that was the word from the FBI officials just moments ago, giving that update there. And we hope to talk more about this investigation in just a little bit with James Copenhaver to kind of break down where things go from here, how this investigation might be working. So we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. As we do so, let's listen in here to this ceremony going on right now in New York City as they read the names of the victims killed on this day 24 years ago.
Keith David McKeffey.
Ann M. McHugh.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and listen in here for a minute at the 9/11 ceremony, anniversary ceremony going on at the Curlew Hills Memorial Gardens in Palm Harbor in Pinellas County, getting ready to do the tolling of the bells. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you.
Honoring the first responders who lost their lives in that point in the ceremony there. So certainly a somber day on a number of levels here as we commemorate that 24th anniversary, and also learning more about this shooting. We talked about it just a couple of minutes ago. The gunman still on the loose. They believe that they have good video footage of that gunman. They also, investigators say, believe they have recovered the gun that was used in the shooting. And so joining us live now to talk about this investigation is James Copenhaver, who is a former sheriff's detective and investigator. And James, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Good to be with you, Garrett.
Jamie, are you surprised at all that they have not, that investigators have not been able to track down this gunman yet?
I am, and I'm not. And let me qualify as to my answer. We know that FBI recovered the weapon. They've recovered a palm print. Now, we don't know if it was from the weapon or the building that he climbed up and down from, but I think the FBI certainly knows a lot more than what they're telling the public, obviously for the integrity of the investigation and not to potentially make that suspect run further or hide further than what he's already ran.
Yeah, one of the things is they said they have really good video surveillance that shows this suspect, but they're not releasing it right now. Why would they withhold that?
Well, number one, I would tend to believe that, number one, there's no threat to the community based on the FBI is not releasing that information or that photograph or the video. But number two, they may be doing some digital work in the background to try to identify him, to get a clear ID as to who this person is. We heard the presser earlier today, and they said the video was amazing in terms of the quality of the video. So they said they had an excellent screenshot of the shooter. So I can assure you that Quantico is busy in overtime trying to develop facial recognition and et cetera to identify that suspect, if they don't already have him identified.
One of the other things they said, so you said if they don't already have him identified, do you think they may be farther along in this than they're letting on to the public?
I mean, I would certainly be guessing, Garrett, but my thought process based on everything they have up to date that they've released publicly, right? We don't know what they have that they haven't released. I would tend to believe through cell phone data, metadata, and other forensic data that they've collected, they probably have a pretty good idea as to who the shooter's identity is. But it's just a guess. You know, the FBI sounded very confident in the evidence that they've collected thus far, sharing it with the public. So I would tend to guess they're a lot further along than what they're releasing.
They also talked about a high-powered bolt-action rifle that was recovered in the woods nearby. I want to ask you a couple things about that. And first of all, you know, what that might tell us, because we know this was a shot that was taken from quite a ways away.
Yeah, I mean, a bolt action would be it would be synonymous with a 308 caliber, a hunting rifle, a long range weapon, right? I'm hearing anywhere from 170 to 200 yards away that shot was taken. We've seen the graphics of where the building is as in relation to where Charlie Kirk was sitting. So it was a very long shot. I will tell you, just as a former hunter and former law enforcement official, that was a very well-placed shot, in my opinion, because he hit the target, right? So, you know, what I would caution people, I'm hearing on social media that it was a professional hit, that maybe foreign actor states are involved. We need to hold back on that because if you're an avid hunter and you're out practicing and you have the right equipment, you certainly could make that shot from 200 yards.
What will investigators be doing, or what have they been doing specifically with that weapon and trying to learn from it?
I mean, one-on-one police work, you're going to go run the serial number of the firearm with ATF and find out the history of that weapon. We've learned in past scenarios, such as Butler, PA, for the now current president of the United States, that weapon was traced back to the family of the shooter. So let's hope that the ATF puts their work into progress. They trace the firearm because they're very stringent on firearms. But here's the caveat to that, Garrett. If that gun was stolen or if it was bought illegally, it may not be traced back to the actual shooter for Charlie Kirk. So that would be one phase of it. What I'm more keen on are the fingerprints, or the palm print in this case, that they were able to recover. Prints are left everywhere. So there's a good chance that they're possibly going to identify the shooter based on that palm print, if that palm print is of good quality.
We know that, from what investigators said today, they don't believe, with this being a targeted attack, they certainly don't believe anyone else, in that community is in danger. But still, kind of concerning to think about this gunman committing such a brazen and heinous act to still be out there, coming up on 24 hours.
Here's a telltale sign, and the telegraph by the FBI tells me that they have a pretty good idea who the shooter is. They certainly have a good photograph or video of the shooter. They're not releasing that photograph or video to the public, which kind of instills to me they've got a handle on it, because the first thing you were thinking was, are they a threat in the community? And I would say that if there is a current threat to the community and they had no clue as to who the shooter is, they would release some type of composite to be on the lookout for, right? And we're not seeing that. So that kind of telegraphs to me they know a lot more than what they're releasing. And obviously they came out this morning, so there's no threat to the community. So that's kind of a telegraph by the FBI if you listen to what they said.
Well, and we know a couple of persons of interest had initially kind of been taken into custody and then released. What is that process like? In the aftermath of something like this, I would imagine there's chaos to begin with, a scramble, second of all, and just kind of walk me through, what that process would be like, and pulling in those persons of interest and questioning them, only to kind of realize, well, they weren't the ones we were looking for after all.
I mean, you have a crowd of 3,000 people at this event, and something stood out to either an eyewitness or one of the security apparatuses that were on scene that made them target both of these individuals. So it could be an eyewitness, it could be someone from the security team from Charlie Kirk's team, or it could have been one of the law enforcement officers that saw something that just didn't look right. And, keep in mind, this is an active shooter situation. So, you run towards the target. So if there's something that doesn't look right, or that subject happened to look like a suspect or the shooter, you're certainly going to take action to stop any further damage, right? And then, obviously you go through and you vet that person out once they have him detained. And we saw that in both cases. They detained both individuals, vetted them out through the process of whatever that process is, and couldn't tie them to the shooting. So they have maybe there were some gunshot residue tests that were taken of their hands, perhaps cell phone video footage that they saw that cleared these two individuals, but they would have to detain anyone that's a suspect in that shooting.
We know Charlie Kirk. This was the first stop of his new tour, where he has been doing this for years, going around to a lot of college campuses and other places, holding debates like this and events. And sometimes it does bring a controversy, sometimes a pushback and protesters and that kind of thing. Can you kind of walk us through what it would be like trying to ensure security for something like this, and the difficulties too with this one being outdoors in what appears to be like an amphitheater? And I'm just curious, some of your thoughts on that, and what all would go into that.
Moving forward, I don't want to sit here and be a Monday morning quarterback and chastise anyone for lack of security, but I think they were a lack of security. And I think if we learn anything from the Butler, PA shooting and this shooting, is these security officials that are providing security details for these dignitaries they have got to do better. The outside arenas, we remember that when former President Trump was running for president, they moved those rallies to indoors. The Secret Service just didn't feel confident outdoors. So, perhaps maybe these private individuals that are holding these rallies, they need to look at indoor facilities and venues rather than the outdoor setting, because there are buildings everywhere, Garrett. Um, I don't know this 100%, but I'm being told that they were an 8-member security team for Charlie Kirk on the private side, and they had about 12 police officers from the local sheriff's office. For 3,000 people, that's just not enough security, in my opinion.
You talked about some of the other political violence that we've seen. We certainly know the political temperature is pretty hot right now, rising political tensions. With that being said, do you think we will see more precautions taken, more steps, like you said, maybe fewer outdoor events? What do you think we will see from this, or should see from this, as we unfortunately continue to see more and more events, and sadly, it seems more frequently?
I was asked that question this morning on a radio show I did, and I hate to throw up my hands and say I don't know, but I don't know. But here's what I do know, and you touched on it. We have got to be smarter. The security apparatus have got to be smarter in hardening up these soft targets, as we've seen in the Charlie Kirk event. The president was chastised before, while he was running for president, for moving those rallies indoor. That was of the urging of the United States Secret Service, because they couldn't cover the outdoor events. So I think they need to double up on the security. I'm also going to put a little bit on the Secret Service for these high-profile rallies. We need to have our local fusion centers more involved with incoming intelligence and threat assessments leading up to those events, because, Garrett, you can go on social media right now and you're going to find the rhetoric on both sides, and someone's always chatting. But someone needs to track that rhetoric and actually vet it out, whether it poses a threat or it doesn't pose a threat, before these events are held. It's a lot of work, and they're understaffed, but we've got to do something to harden up these targets.
Well, and probably an increasingly blurred line when it comes to trying to parse that out as well.
I mean, it is. The men and women that are housed in these fusion units throughout the U.S., it's an intelligence gathering apparatus, right? We don't know. It's too early in the investigation, but are we going to find out this shooter also had a ledger of events? Did he cry out on social media? Did he cry out to family or friends? We don't know that yet, but we've certainly seen that in the past. But it comes right back down to you and I and the citizens. If you see something that doesn't look right on an individual, stop worrying about making the call. Step up and make the call, because you may save one of these shootings. We just don't know, right? So if you see something, say something, but take action as well. Call the authorities.
Back to the investigation here, and what will you be looking for to see as hopefully the walls will start closing in on whoever this gunman was. But what's going to be happening? Just kind of take us through the next few hours. What's going to be happening, and what we should be watching for as we await some news.
Well, I can assure you, the analysts at Quantico are working overtime with metadata. They're working with cell phone data. Everyone has a cell phone, so unfortunately, that takes time to crunch the numbers to figure out. Okay, does this signal from the cell phone, does that look suspicious? Then you have to run that person down to either clear or vet that person out, right? Forensics is going to be huge in this case. Like I said, the palm print, it fits of quality use. There's a good chance, I would say over a 99% chance, your suspect's going to be identified through that palm print. And then, they're going to trace that palm print to the individual to the video, and it becomes then a manhunt. So, like I said earlier, I think they have a good grasp on who the shooter is, and hopefully they're surrounding him with a wall, and maybe even surveilling a person of interest in this case would be my best hope.
All right, James Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, I know this pattern getting ready to change and give us a little bit of a break here.
It sure is. Even stepping outside today, you may notice the humidity levels, Garrett, are a little bit lower. May make running a little bit easier, doing any kind of yard work this week, and a little less sweaty. It's been a long time coming. Really, it's been since early June since we've had lower humidity levels like the ones we've got currently working into the region and on the way this weekend, with dew points in the middle and upper 60s. So that is great, because when the dew points are in the mid 70s, as they've been just about all summer, it's that Florida humidity that'll make you sweat just by walking from your front door to your car. And right now, the front that's the dividing line between those two air masses is located across South Florida. We're firmly north of it, and we're not only catching the lower humidity, but we're also catching a busy north wind, making for a rough Atlantic Ocean. Look at Daytona Beach. The astronomically high tides combined with the north wind is pushing a high risk for rip current, so be careful with that. Also on Lake Fairview, we've got a busy north wind. Dew points right now are hovering around 70 degrees in Orlando, but from the north we're going to see dew points creeping in. So because we're kind of on the dividing line, it's not the driest area yet, but as we head into the weekend, we're going to see dew points working into the middle and upper 60s. So you'll completely feel it. You can't help but notice it. It's going to be one of those situations. All right, wind-wise, winds out of the north right now about 12 to 15 miles per hour. It gusts, so it is a gusty wind, and hour by hour we'll go from our current temperature this hour in the low 80s to the upper 80s for daytime highs today. That happening about 4 o'clock. We do have a 30% chance for a couple of showers, maybe even a rumble, but most of the action will be on the coastline, and the storm chance will be slight, just few and far between. Not to say you won't get wet, but it's not a high likelihood. But yes, at the beaches, be extremely careful. The high of risk for rip currents will be prevalent through today and probably into the weekend, with waves running about 2 to 3 feet. You got to swim near a lifeguard, trying to go in more than your waist unless you're an experienced surfer. All right, on radar right now, we've got some rain down toward Indian River County, but that's it. And future radar features a high chance for rain today in Brevard County and in Osceola County, but not so much from Orlando points north. So we're going to, again, be on kind of the edge of this weather system. 88 the high today in Orlando and in Gainesville, 87 in Melbourne. And into the weekend, we're going to see temperatures remaining in the middle and upper 80s and rain chances remaining low, from about a 40% chance tomorrow to a 20% chance on Sunday. So it's going to be great. Now, what's not so great is that our lull in the hurricane season is about to come to an end. It is the peak. Yesterday was the statistical peak of the hurricane season. Almost 60% of all activity happens after the peak of the hurricane season, and that's where we are now. Now, the good news with this 30% zone is that it's not likely to do too much, and as it heads west, it's going to hit that wall of red, which is wind shear. It's part of an upper level low that's been there for a couple of weeks, tearing apart these storms as they make their way west, and it looks like this one will face a similar threat. However, we do have to watch the Caribbean and the Gulf over the next several weeks for possible development in the Gulf or the Caribbean, and if that was to happen, we could have a threat here in Florida. In fact, that's where we would typically see activity this time of year. As we head into October, it would come from the Gulf and the Caribbean. Well, in the 7-day forecast, unfortunately, I can't wipe the slate clean and say we have no rain ahead, but at least there's not any likely rain chances. We've gone from the everyday 60 to 70, maybe 80% chance to more of a 30% chance on average. And in fact, as we head into the weekend, it'll be more like a 20% chance. So, Garrett, it is going to be a little bit easier to breathe out there, easy living and feeling great. Not so much a cold front where it actually gets chilly outside, but at least it won't be so smothering.
Yeah, no temperatures even in the 90s in that 7-day forecast.
Yeah, that is true, and our typical high is 90 degrees. So it's been a long, hot summer, and again, you got to go back to early June to find an air mass like the one heading our way for this weekend with the dry air that it will have.
That'll be a little nice relief to look forward to there. Fox 35 Storm
Absolutely.
Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you, Garrett.
And
tragic morning to be remembering Charlie Kirk.
And as we go to break there, I give you a live look at One World Trade Center, the Freedom Tower in New York City on this somber anniversary. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to track the fallout of the deadly shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. We talked about the investigation, where things stand with that just a little bit ago with Jamie Copenhaver. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie has been out at UCF, University of Central Florida, where Kirk visited just a couple of years ago.
A tragic morning to be remembering Charlie Kirk. He had last visited UCF here in 2023, and it was part of his brand to go around to different college campuses, engaging with thousands of students on different political issues. But now this latest act of violence on Wednesday from that deadly shooting is just the latest example of that violence rooted in political motivation. Now, you may recall just last year, the president was shot during a rally near Butler, Pennsylvania, and 2 months later in September, a man was found hiding in bushes with a rifle while President Trump was golfing in West Palm Beach. Less than 3 months ago, in June of this year, Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband were shot and killed in their home on the same day that Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were also shot in their home. Now, after Charlie Kirk was horrifically killed on a Utah college campus, people are reacting to his death and how he will be remembered.
I think it will cause some type of fear or anxiety, but it might just light the fire under more people to come together and realize that opinions don't have to polarize us, and ideas can't set a division between us.
He adds that Charlie Kirk brought people together with opposing viewpoints and says he hopes that those events don't end because of his tragic death. Now, coming up throughout the morning here on Good Day Orlando, we'll have more local reaction to those responding to the death of Charlie Kirk.
And Amanda was kind of gave us a list, a growing list of political violence that we have seen in our country. I want to bring in Dr. Larry J. Walker, who is a political analyst and an associate professor at UCF. Dr. Walker, always good talking with you, and we appreciate you joining us this morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Dr. Walker, obviously right now with the gunman still on the run, we don't necessarily know what their motivations exactly might have been, but given the target in this case, hard to imagine that this was not a politically motivated attack.
Yeah, the shooting yesterday certainly suggests that, as you did note, that, I watched a press conference with Utah authorities this morning. They haven't found the gunman, and so obviously when they find the gunman, we'll get a lot more information about what his motives were. But obviously we talked about, we just saw in the previous segment in terms of in the last couple of months, the number of shootings of individuals who were politicians who are in the political sphere, so to speak. And so now the question is, what happens now in terms of, does this trend continue, or do various policymakers from different backgrounds and pundits, et cetera, come together and ask people to calm down? Because this country has a history of some political violence. Medgar Evers, Abraham Lincoln, JFK, I could go on and on. So it's going to be really important to tone down some of the dangerous rhetoric to make sure that Americans feel safe.
Why do you think now it seems like we are seeing this kind of ramp up and seeing more of these attacks just in the past year, even?
I think it's just the times we live in, and as I noticed some of the historical figures, we've had periods like this in the 1960s in particular, where we've had various individuals. I certainly remember probably the one most well known in 1968, Dr. King. And his assassination. So we've seen these kind of assassinations ebb and flow throughout U.S. history. Let's recall that Ronald Reagan was almost assassinated. He survived. So we've seen, unfortunately, this kind of violence in the past. So, like I said, the question really is, what happens in terms of the country moving forward?
Yeah, when we see those periods, you bring up the 60s, and not only Martin Luther King, but John F. Kennedy in the 60s, Robert F. Kennedy in the 60s. I mean, that was certainly a time that was fraught with some of those similar tensions. How do we get out of that, and where do we turn now to kind of break this cycle and this, like you said, trend that we find ourselves in?
Yeah, I think this is a really important question, and I'm going to go to, as use an example, one individual we just talked about, that was Dr. King. Everyone's very aware of his position on nonviolence, and keep in mind he spent most of his adult life up until his assassination, being, dealing with a number of death threats and one other unsuccessful attempt on his life prior to 1968. So, and like I said, using him as an example in terms of finding, a way to find common ground on some issues to make sure that the United States continues to thrive and that we don't see an increase in these kind of events.
We hear a lot of people say, well, things have gotten so far out of hand, it seems like we can't agree on anything now, and people may be concerned that there's no kind of turning back from this. Given these lessons in history, do you think that should give us hope that there is a path out from this?
Yeah, I do think there's a path out from this. We talked about the 60s, and obviously there also the end of Jim Crow in the United States, was able, some people might say, steady itself a bit. But to be honest with you, in the direction where things are happening, we don't have a choice but to reverse course, because, like I said, there's very turbulent waters right now, and it's going to be really important for policymakers, individuals that they're nationally recognized, to let people know that we need to find a way not to continue down the path. And like I said, we've highlighted just a couple of examples over the last couple of months of prominent individuals being nearly assassinated. So the question is, for Americans overall, what does the path forward look like?
And how what do we need to see from political leaders? Obviously this is something that I think falls on all of us as far as taking responsibility, in our own ways for to try to dial down the rhetoric and try to find the common ground and that kind of thing. But what should we see from our political leaders, and what should we aspire to see from them to kind of set that example at either the local, state, or federal level that we can follow in politics?
Yeah, so I'm a former congressional staffer and live in D.C., so that's where we look to. We're going to look to D.C. leaders on both sides of the aisle, to D.C. to kind of quell some of the like some of the rhetoric we're seeing. And we talked about the incident yesterday and a couple months ago, and what happened to President Trump. So we have to look to elected officials to figure out how do we avoid more of these incidents in the future. Because the thing is that not only in terms of how it impacts those individuals, but also how it impacts those individuals' families. And so we cannot allow this to multiply over the next couple months, couple of years, because once again, we know from his history, in U.S. history, that when that happens, that it could be big, a bit like, if you're on the beach and then you see that, a large body of water headed towards you, and you feel hopeless. So, but we can't allow that to happen. And obviously, certainly fall back on some of the democratic principles in terms of what it means to, live in this country and feel safe.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for that, because we've I don't remember who it was who I heard say this yesterday, but basically saying this political violence like we're seeing, every time we have an incident like this, that's another hit on our democracy. And what do we lose, in a country like ours that is based on free speech and debate, and having these ideas and hashing them out, and a representative republic and a democracy. What do we lose when we are at a point that we're seeing political violence more and more over disagreements, instead of being able to converse and debate these in a policy, the political arena? Yeah,
so, and another really important and critical question. I think this is a question the country has struggled and debated with the last, since its inception. And it does. There are a lot of questions about what it means for free speech and what it means in a democracy. People have a variety of views, and to avoid those views in a connection with some rhetoric contributing to violence. But I think the other thing about it is that compared to other countries in the world, and I think the context is important. We're still a young democracy, and the United States and its citizens are still learning what it means to live in a society where people have differing views, but at the same time have the same aim to make sure that the republic is healthy, and once again, like I said, people feel safe, and we continue to do the things that are necessary to make sure the country continues to grow.
What's the bottom line here, Dr. Walker?
I think the bottom line is that we have to temper the rhetoric. And like I said, I worked on Capitol Hill, and I've been on times when the rhetoric has been hot like it is now, and it's people are going to look to leaders in D.C. and other capitals throughout the United States for guidance. And today and right now, as I said, Dr. King, in terms of his approach to life, I think is a good example of how we need to move forward.
All right, Dr. Larry Walker, political analyst and UCF associate professor. We appreciate you joining us and sharing your perspective with us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Thomas Barnes Rainig,
Frank Bennett Reisman,
Joshua Scott Reese,
Karen Redna,
John Armand Rio,
Richard Cyril Rescorla,
John Thomas Resta,
Sylvia Sanpio Resta,
Martha M. Reski,
David E. Reddick,
Todd H. Rubin,
Luis Clodoaldo.
The 9/11 remembrance ceremony continuing in New York right now as they read, as they do every single year, the names of the victims who were killed when the World Trade Center towers were attacked and collapsed on this day 24 years ago. You saw the memorial and the fountain there. If you haven't been there, it just absolutely takes your breath away. That fountain basically filling the footprint of one of those towers, and certainly a somber and a powerful sight to experience. And this ceremony continuing Nearly 3,000 people died on this day in 2001. We know a number of others have died in the years since from health issues and complications that have arisen from being there or from being a first responder there. And that was one of the things that was a theme as well in the remembrance ceremony at the Curlew Hills Memorial Gardens in Palm Harbor, where Governor Ron DeSantis spoke just a little bit ago. I want to play his remarks for you as he spoke during the 9/11 ceremony in Pinellas County.
Thanks. Good morning. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Well, good morning, Palm Harbor. Great to be back here. I just want to say, after listening to those essays, I was really impressed. And I know they got checks there, but I am publicly telling Florida's Commissioner of Education, Stasi Kamoutsas, who's doing a great job, we have additional funds. I know we give scholarships out. We're going to give more money to these kids for that because they deserve it. So we'll figure it out. We'll find a way. So make sure you talk to us, and we will get that done. And one of the things I appreciated about what they said, and Mark had mentioned it too, you'll often hear there were almost 3,000 killed, mostly Americans, but not all, almost 3,000 killed that day. And that's people that were in the towers, people in the Pentagon, people that were on the plane that crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But then, of course, the first responders who responded and were going into the burning buildings, many of whom were there when the buildings collapsed. And so they died. And it's obviously very important to recognize that. But you had a lot of people who were on the ground that day saving lives, who were on the rubble day after day after that, trying to recover, trying to see if anyone survived, just making sure we could account for everybody. And they did that, and they did that for quite a while, and that's taken a huge toll on them. There's been many that have died in the years since as a result of what they did that day and in the ensuing days. There's others, first responders, who are still suffering from very significant afflictions as a result of their service on that day. So all in, you're looking at way more than 3,000 people as a result of that terrorist attack on 9/11. And I know we've got some folks that have since relocated to Florida who are battling different types of illnesses as it relates to that day and their service after. And just know, this day is a day to also thank them for what they did and just express sympathy for what they're still going through, because it's been very difficult for a lot of people and a lot of families. One of the things that I, wrestle with just as governor, I was in my early 20s when 9/11 happened. So that was probably the foremost experience in terms of our country in my lifetime. I remember as a kid when the Challenger exploded in 1986, especially in Florida. We would watch to see it go up, and it was a really significant tragedy. I kind of had a sense that some things were happening when the Berlin Wall fell and when the Soviet Union expired, but nothing rivaled what happened on 9/11. It changed the trajectory of my life. I mean, I probably would not have become a naval officer had that not happened. And I know it changed the trajectory of so many others' lives. But I think about my kids, kindergarten, second grade, third grade. They have no concept of anything with 9/11. You look at people that are in high school now, just left to their own device, not going to have much of a sense of that. So I'm very proud that we have worked here in Florida, and I think we were the first state, and I don't know that there were very many states since. We have required 9/11 curriculum in the schools now, where we're teaching our kids, one, just about the fact that we were attacked by an enemy that day. It was not a foreign army. These were individuals who were motivated by an ideology that is foreign to this country's founding. and foreign to our way of life, and that was part of the reason they wanted to attack the vibrancy of this country in the heart of the financial capital, in the heart of the military capital, and the Pentagon. That was their goal to do that day. It's important that kids understand that happened, that they were motivated, why they were motivated, and that the evil does exist in this world. It's also important that our kids know that it is the worst attack that's ever taken place on American soil. The response you saw that day from NYPD, Port Authority, FDNY, what you saw with the military and the Pentagon, these were people, and even what you saw, and these people don't get as much credit, you had people that were working in the World Trade Center towers, business guys, executives, and there were a number of them who could have just simply left, but they were out there rescuing the other people in their office. And many of them died as a result of their selflessness because they cared about getting others to safety and they were willing to risk their own safety in the process. It's important for our kids to know that on the worst day, where the worst evil was put before us, we saw some of the best that this country has to offer. We saw true heroism. We saw selflessness. We saw people run into the fire. And that is not something that happens every single day. We also, I think, are looking at this 24 years later. That attack was an exterior attack with people that were emanating from foreign lands with a foreign ideology. And, yesterday we saw the assassination of a young political leader, Charlie Kirk, who I knew, many of you probably knew. And you see some of the evil that's lurking within. And we've got some problems in this country. You can have disagreements. Sometimes these are really fierce disagreements. But the viability of a republic really depends on our ability to fight those battles in the proper arena, leading into voting, leading into debate, all that, and then being able to move forward as one country. And what happened yesterday was somebody that was assassinated just because they were bringing different viewpoints to college campuses. It isn't easy to go onto college campuses and express views that Charlie have, or for me, for that matter, that you go in. That's usually pretty hostile terrain. But he always did it in good faith. He always wanted to have a free exchange of ideas. And the response to that, if you don't like it, is not to shout or scream someone down. It's not to create unrest so that the mob makes the event not happen. And it is certainly not that you kill somebody in order to silence them. So let's not... So as we commemorate the lives we lost that day because of that terrorist attack, and as we recognize the evil that was present in this country as a result of this external force and this external ideology, let's not now, 24 years later, succumb as a country to some of those forces inside our country who are really trying to upend what America's all about. I'm really thankful to have gotten to know a lot of folks who were in service on 9/11. Other than the New York City, greater New York City area, there's more veterans of 9/11 in Florida than anywhere else by a country mile. And that's part of the reason we were able to do the curriculum, because you had so many folks who were able to participate and provide input so that we're able to do that. So here we are 24 years later. As a dad, my wife and I, we want to make sure our kids understand what happened that day and the significance. As a governor, I've used the authority I have to make sure that all of our school children are exposed to the truth, that they understand the heroism that was involved in combating the evil that day, and that they will resolve to never forget what happened to our country. I appreciate you guys doing this every year. I've been able to come to a number of these. It's a great community, but I think it really speaks volumes that you turn out year after year to be able to commemorate the folks we lost on that day, and then, of course, that have succumbed to illnesses in the ensuing years. So thank you. We appreciate everybody that's doing this, and thank you, everybody who's currently in uniform running into those fires on our behalf. We never forget your sacrifice. Thank you, guys. God bless.
Was Governor DeSantis speaking in Palm Harbor just a little bit ago. Now let's go ahead and listen back in here as the reading of the names continues in New York City. We are going to have to take one more break here in just a couple of minutes on Fox Local, but let's go ahead and listen in here on Fox 35 News Plus.
The families of 9/11, and may God bless this great nation. And my cousin, Robert D.W. Higley II. We love and miss you every day. Thank you for giving me the best cousins and leaving a huge legacy behind for me. I hope I make you proud, and I hope one day we will meet in heaven. Say hi to all my pups for me, please. Thank you.
Samuel Robert Salvo Jr.
Carlos Alberto Samaniego.
John P. Sammartino.
James Kenneth Samuel Jr.
Michael San Philip.
Hugo M. Senye.
Alva Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez.
Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez.
Jesus Sanchez.
Raymond Sanchez.
Eric M. Sand.
Stacy Lee Sanders.
Herman S. Sandler.
Jim Sands Jr.
Aileen J. Santiago.
Kirsten Reese Santiago.
Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan.
Susan Gale Santo.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday, now afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Still monitoring a number of things at this hour, continuing to track the investigation into the shooting of Charlie Kirk, also looking into the commemoration of this 24th anniversary of 9/11. And so we'll get you to some of those ceremonies in a little bit. We were in Orlando where there was a ceremony with the Orlando Police Department. We'll get you there in just a little bit. But we were talking about Charlie Kirk, and in our 11 o'clock hour, we talked with Jamie Copenhaver about the investigation, and we also talked with Dr. Larry Walker about the political discourse and kind of where things stand in this country. If you missed those and want to watch them, you can watch them shortly on Fox Local. If you're watching on YouTube, you can scrub back just a little bit and find those. But I do want to play for you now The full news conference from just a little bit ago, from earlier this morning, I guess it's been a few hours now, where the FBI and the Public Safety Commissioner gave our latest update. So we talked about some of what the highlights were. FBI has recovered a gun nearby. They have apparently some pretty good surveillance video showing the shooting suspect. They were able to track his movements on and across campus before and after the shooting as well. But I want to go ahead and play for you in case you missed it. You can now see that full 12 minutes from the FBI, from the Commissioner of Public Safety in Utah, as they broke down kind of what we know about this investigation now as we kind of approach that 24-hour mark. So this is from earlier this morning in Utah.
Good morning. I am Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny, they faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock. All day yesterday, through the night last night, investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., this subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a Commissioner of Public Safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, We've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles in charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon, but right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately. We will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so. So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best. We have images of the suspect. Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now. We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation. Excuse me? We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release. Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone, from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far. All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So thank you.
So that was that full FBI and Department of Public Safety briefing earlier today. Just to kind of give you the context there, they were talking about surveillance images that they had that at the time they were not releasing. They were hoping to be able to identify with some facial recognition technology, some AI, some steps like that. They said if that proved unsuccessful, then they would release them. That was about 3 hours ago, and now, just in the last 15 minutes, the FBI has published these new surveillance images. Again, this is from at FBI Salt Lake City, putting these out on X, saying, "We are asking for the public's help." In fact, let me pull up the tweet for you. You can see the full thing, and then I'll pull the pictures back up full. "We are asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University." You see those two images. The tip line is 1-800-CALL-FBI. They also have a link for digital media tips. You click it, you fill it out, you give whatever information you might have if you know who that is. So again, let me pull up these images full screen so you can see them a little bit better. These are the surveillance images that have been released from the FBI showing a person of interest. It does sound like from investigators that they know who the gunman might be. As far as kind of zeroing in on this person, we know there were two persons of interest who were taken into custody yesterday at different points and questioned and then released. Did not believe they were the shooters, but we heard from investigators in that news conference that we just played for you that it seems like they do now know this who might the suspect be, and so they're releasing these images. They are calling them still a person of interest, so we certainly don't know for sure what their connection might be, but these are the images that have been released by the FBI in connection with the shooting, and as they hope to get these out and be able to speak with this person. Also, we know they're working some other leads. The gun was found, the high-powered bolt-action rifle, as they described it. So that was found in the woods, and trying to do some forensic tests on that as well. We've got to take a break here on Fox Local, but keep it right here because we'll be back with more after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and still showing you these new images that were just released by the FBI just before noon, showing this person of interest that they have that they are trying to identify in connection with the deadly shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University yesterday, the first stop of his American Comeback Tour. That event had been going on for about 20 minutes or so when a shot was fired, a single shot fired from what investigators believe was a high-powered bolt-action rifle. We know Charlie Kirk was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. The gunman still on the loose. The FBI releasing these images of a person of interest that they are hoping to speak to. If you know who this person is, you're asked to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. You can also give tips online. We've also been continuing to track a reaction to all of this, and Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, who is a Republican representing Florida's 8th District, was on Good Day Orlando this morning, speaking with Fox 35's Ryan Elijah about what happened.
It feels like things just feel different. That's what I've heard from a lot of members of Congress. There's shock, there's anger. What have you heard as this, it's just 12 hours old, as we start to digest some of this?
Oh, it's just shocking news yesterday when we all heard this. Many of us know Charlie Kirk, and just an outstanding person, a great father to his 2 little kids, and of course his wife Erica. And it was just shocking and a very somber mood in Washington. And this is already a tough day. Today's 9/11. And now to hear the shocking news of a person who really tried to elevate the discourse. As you know, Ryan, before I was ever elected, I was a college professor. And our job is to really challenge ideas in a positive way. Let's have a real dialogue about the future of our country and what it's like to be an American. And I think Charlie tried to do that. He was a person who was always challenging people's belief. He'd always stand by his Christian faith. And to see his bright frame just stomped out by a madman is just terrible, and it just heartbreaking to see, and we feel it right here in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I mean, this was a person that, yes, he said things some people didn't want to hear, but he would start an event by saying, if you don't agree with me, move to the front. And if we don't have that discourse, I think that's what concerns a lot of people. Let's talk about the investigation now. They do not have someone in custody. You've seen the same video I have. I think a lot of people have this fear. This looks like a rather professional hit. What are your thoughts as this investigation moves forward?
It is, we all hope that this person will be quickly not only captured, but put to trial and ultimately, I hope, put to death. I believe in the death penalty. This is the kind of accident that destroy lives, not just the individual, but the trust in our country. And so we hope that the justice will be brought swiftly. And but this is the kind of discussion I think, Ryan, you and I have had for 20 years together. You know, the idea of politics is the idea of the battle of ideas. And clearly someone was so put off by Charlie that you have a scenario where they went to the extreme. I think the battle of ideas is what makes America such a special place, and it's the reason why law enforcement needs to step up here and across the country to stop the violence, to go after that 1 or 2% of people across America who are just bent on destroying people's lives and property. This is a common sense opportunity for us to take a step back, like you and I do many mornings, and talk about issues and get away from the over-the-top rhetoric.
Yeah, and the majority of Americans agree with that. It's the extreme fringes we have trouble with. And Congressman, you know, there's a mental health discussion, there's a gun discussion, there are all these discussions. Will there be change on Washington? How do we go about moving forward with that?
Well, this is not about legislation in my mind. This is about changing people's hearts. This is an opportunity for us to all reflect and say, are we taking the conversation to too much of a competitive level where it incites violence? We need to ratchet down the rhetoric. It's the reason why I come on your show. We always talk about policy and the battle of ideas, and that's what I've always tried to do, not just, of course, on your show, but in the classroom. We need to talk about what makes America such a unique place and why so many people around the world want to live here. But some people want to denigrate it, do it for political gain exclusively. Let's elevate the conversation today as we remember not just Charlie, but those lives lost on 9/11, the people trying to destroy our country. This is an opportunity to make almost like a restart. And it's such a tragedy to see what happened to Charlie and his family, but we just pray for his family, and we hope that justice is swift and severe, because we need to send a strong message in that regard.
We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now as the 9/11 Remembrance Ceremony continues in New York City, reading the names of the victims killed in the terrorist attack 24 years ago today. Here's a live look at One World Trade Center, known as the Freedom Tower, in New York City. I want to get you now, though, to Camden County College in New Jersey, where Janelle Guzman McMillan is speaking right now. She is the last survivor pulled from the rubble on 9/11, and she's speaking today, sharing her story. She worked on the 64th floor of the North Tower, and she is sharing her story right now. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
It's like, okay, but the alarm didn't go off. What do we do? So I'm just following instruction. Me and my co-worker, Rosa Gonzalez, we were there together. We started at the same time with the company, and we were just trying to figure out what was going on. I made a couple of phone calls to my family, to my boyfriend, and they told me a plane hit the building. And I did not know the extent of a jetliner hit the building until I saw the reporting on TV. And while we were there trying to figure out, calling 911, everything that was going on, that's when we heard a next rumble, which means the second tower fell. The first tower that got hit, the second tower fell. And before you know it, my life just flashed right before me. Because I knew if a plane hits a building and I'm still up here, stuck in this building on the 64th floor, it's no way I'm gonna come out. It's no way. Everybody had left the floor, leaving 15 of us remain on that floor. So being me, being scared and curious at the same time, I was just following instruction. I was just going with everybody else, making the phone calls. You know, they told us to stay put, the 911 told us stay put, somebody's gonna get us. And it was a whole mess being on the 64th floor. We got into the conference room, and to see the reporting that it's a terrorist attack, I had no clue. I grew up in the island. I had no clue about terrorist attack. So I started to panic. My friend Rosa, she suffered an asthma attack. We had to attend to her. So we were all trying, just working together. We were checking the staircase to see if it's clear to go down. Of course, we can't use the elevator because you never use the elevator in an emergency like this. And we were just going back and forth, trying to figure out how to get out, or should we wait? So the big question of the day, should we stay, should we go? And we had a debate of who should, if we want to stay or if we want to go. And we all decided to stay. 15 of us, including myself, decided to stay. We stayed. I made my phone call. I spoke to my boyfriend one more time. He told me to get out. He told me he's coming to meet me outside of Century 21. I told him, okay, I'm gonna leave right now. I'm gonna come outside. I'm gonna take the stairs and I'm gonna come out. He said, okay, I'm waiting for you. I'll be right outside the store waiting for you. Then I tried to call my sister and my cousin, and the phone didn't stop working. Then I tried the next phone in the other office. I got my cousin at that point, and she did not know that I worked at the World Trade Center. And she started to scream. I remember her, she screams aloud and tells me, Janelle, you need to get out. You need to just leave. And I said, okay, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave right now. When I was about to walk back to the other cubicles in the office, there was smoke coming in from the other side of the building. We all got together, grabbed everything in the cubicles. People usually leave their sweaters and stuff like that. We grabbed everything, wet the clothes, and just started to put it up to the doors. And at this point, I was just shaking. I was remembering I had my daughter at that time, my eldest daughter, And I just knew, like, what am I doing here? Is this a dream? Is this really happening to me? So just, going along with everybody else, everybody's saying their goodbyes on the phone to their families, to their loved ones. And the last thing I did, I made one more phone call to my boyfriend. I didn't get him. So I left a message and I told him that I love him. And I'm going to see him outside. And that's the last thing I remember doing on the phone. And when we all decided that we're going to leave, one of my coworkers, he checked the staircase. We got the flashlight. He checked the staircase, and the staircase was clear. So he asked us, he turned around, he said, guys, it's been over an hour. We're still up here. Nobody's coming to get us. We have to leave. And I was all for it. I said, yes, we have to leave. That guy, Pasquale, he led the way. Me and my friend Rosa Gonzalez, we hold hands. We held each other's hand, and we hug each other, and we said, we're gonna leave, we're gonna go. And he led the way. We all came down, and we all coming down the staircase, and I'm behind Pasquale, me and Rosa, and we were checking each staircase as we go down. 64, 63, we were just looking at each staircase. But during that time, I was wearing these like 5-inch boots, heel. It was the springtime, right? It was the fall. And I was wearing these nice boots, tall boots. And I didn't want to take it off because I don't know when I get out there, I'd be without the shoes on. So I kept my shoes on, and we kept going down the staircase, me and Rosa, and we holding hands. And we keep going down, and we keep checking the staircase, and the people behind us, some older folks, and we would yell out so often, saying, are you guys okay? And everybody's like, okay, keep going, we okay, we okay. And while we were going down again, keep going down to the 30-something staircase, we saw firefighters coming up. And they said to us, okay, you guys are good, stay at the side, keep going. So when I saw the firefighters coming up, I knew, I said, okay, it's not that bad outside. We're gonna get out, we're gonna make it. So we kept going down. And Rosa was keep bugging me to take my shoes off so we can go faster. But I didn't want to take my shoes off. I still wanted to look okay when I got outside. I still wanted to have my skirt on. I wanted to be okay. Thinking it's okay when you get out there. And so I said, no, I'm fine. I'm good. I could walk in these heels. My foot were meant for walking in these heels. So I kept going, and I kept going. And when I made it to the 13th staircase, that's when I told Rosa, I put my hands on her shoulder, and I said, my feet is killing me now. I need to take my shoes off. And I held her shoulder, and I take my arms, and I go to take my shoes off. And before I could get back up in a standing position to stand up, I could just feel the walls bursting, the rumbling, everything come crashing down, knocked me to the floor. Rosa pulled away from me, and she ran back up the stairs. That's the last I saw of her. She just pulled away, and she ran. And everything just it knocked me to the floor, and everything just kept tumbling harder and harder. And all the dust, the darkness, I couldn't see nothing. All I could just put my hands on my face and cuddle myself until it came to a complete stop. Everything was coming all at once. Lay on the ground, and after it stopped, it was complete silence, like dead silence. And when I said dead silence, all I could hear, I heard someone call out, help, help, very faint voice, and that was it. And in my mind, I thought, no, this is a dream. I am really dreaming. I'm going to get up from this bad dream, and I'm going to be back in the office or back at Brooklyn. This has to be a dream. This is not happening. So I lay there, and I realized that I'm still breathing. I tried to get up, and I realized I couldn't move. My feet were crisscrossed. My arms were, one of my arms was under my chest. I was in a weird position, and my head got stuck between the concrete pillar, grabbing me on both sides of my head. So I was wedged between the concrete pillar. With one of my right arm was the only thing loose. And in that moment, I couldn't believe it. I knew I was going to die, and I was preparing myself to die. I stood there in agony. I couldn't feel my legs no more. I couldn't feel anything no more. I just stood there, and every time I hear the song, I hear the siren, I hear the walkie-talkies going on, I hear everything, but I keep closing my eyes, even though I can't see, a little dust in my mouth and my nose. Every time I knew, I'm awake. I keep hearing things, and I know I'm fully awake. I'm hearing everybody. I'm hearing everything around me. I just stood there, not wanting to wake up, but for some reason, I keep getting up. And at that point, I knew I didn't want it to die. I stood there trying to move my head, trying to move my legs. I couldn't move. I had no longer any feeling in my body. And I just stood there and I just started to pray. I started to talk to God not out loud, but in my heart. I started to pray and ask God to save me. I started to think about my daughter, my family. Nobody's gonna find me under the rubble. 80-something stories just come crashing down on me. How are they gonna find me under here? So I knew they was not gonna find my body. So I was preparing myself to die. But for some weird reason, I know I'm awake and I'm fully aware of what's happening around me. And I started to just try to remember the prayer that my mom told me, but it couldn't come to my mind because my mom was a Christian. I tried to remember it, but for some reason, nothing was coming like in that spiritual aspect, like the Our Father or the Lord is my shepherd. Nothing like that was really registered in my head. All my mind was telling me to just talk to God, just talk as normal. So I just started to pour out my heart to him and ask God to forgive me. And if he pulled me out of this rubble today, I promise I would do your will. I would do what pleases you. I would change my life. And I kept saying, God, please, just save me, pull me out of here, and I would do your will. And I've been in and out. I tried to take a sleep, a cat nap, that would be it, but I wake up and the prayer, I'm still begging in my mind. I'm still pouring out my heart to God. And at one point, it got so, the pain started to come to me. It started to get so excruciating that I said, okay, I can't take the pain no more. I'm giving up. God, just be done. Just get me out of this pain. I can't. And for some reason, I had my right hand loose because I was feeling all around me, trying to get ease with my head, trying to pull my hair. Everything was just, it was so weird. And I had my right hand, and I was feeling above my head to see what was above my head like this, but it was this very space above me. And I kept my hand up there, and I said, God, I can't do this. I said, please, you said that you can do miracle. My mom taught me of miracle. I heard testimonies about stories, about angels. I said, God, please show me a sign that you're listening. Please, God, save me. And just knowing that I want to be with my family, my daughter, I kept begging, and my heart started burning. I couldn't even cry, but my heart started pounding. And I knew I wanted to live. I knew, and I kept asking for God for that. And within that time, some miraculous thing happened. My right hand being there, someone grabbed me by my hand and they called me by my name. And they told me his name. He said, Janelle, I got you. My name is Paul. And when that person held my hand, my body felt so calm. And I said, thank you, Jesus. And he held onto my hand. And he kept holding my hand and said, keep talking, you're gonna be fine. The rescuer's gonna come and get you. I'm not gonna let you go. And I kept holding his hand so tight. And I'm trying to see if I could open my eyes to see his face. But the name registers in my mind because I knew I want to meet Paul. I knew this guy kept holding me and saying, I'm not letting you go. Just keep holding on to my hand. And I keep squeezing his hand. And he said, until I could hear, he said, keep talking. And he said, I could hear the rescuers coming. I could hear the noise. I could hear the drilling going around. And that's what he told me, say, you need to talk. You need to call out. You need to call out. And I said, help, help. And he told me, keep talking, Janelle. I got you. I'm not going to let you go. And then I heard a song again. And then somebody said, I see her. And that's when one of the rescuers said, I see her. And they called her to me. They said, hello. And I answered back. I said, hello. And they said, what is your name? I said, my name is Janelle. I was conscious. I said, and Paul keep holding my hand. He said, you're doing fine. Keep talking. And he said, my name is Janelle. He said, what floor are you on? I said, I'm on the 13th floor, which I knew I was on the 13th floor when it happened. And they said, okay, just hang in there, we're coming. And then I could hear the steel cutting open. I could hear the rescuers, Paul keep holding my hand. And all I kept was remembering Paul's name. I just wanted to meet Paul. I knew I wanted to meet this guy. And then finally, when the rescuer kept coming closer, they were shining a light, and they asked me, could you see the light? But I couldn't see the light because all the dust on my eyes, I couldn't see the light. And they keep digging and digging. I could hear all the commotion going on over above me. And then finally they get close and they said, one of the guys said, oh, I got her, I see her. And then Paul let go of my hand and the rescuer grabbed me by my shoulder and pulled me out into the gurney. And I remember when they were strapping me in and they were lifting me up so high, I was buried 30-something feet down. They were bringing me up. And I knew I had that smile on my face, and I was trying to open my eyes to see. And all I said to them, I said, are we there yet? I just wanted to be out. And they were going, they would keep going, and they're like, no, we're not there yet. And they were carrying me out, way out. And then when I got it out in the open, I could feel the sunlight just hit my eyes. So I knew I was in the open place, but my eyes were all swollen, my head was swollen like 5 times, my thighs, and I was blue and black, and it was a horrific day for me. And when I got to the hospital, when I got into the ambulance, I remember it all. When I got into the ambulance and the rescuer were talking to me, they were saying, they were asking me my name, my address, and I told them everything. And when I got to the hospital, they put me on the table, and the doctors came rushing to me, stripped all the remaining of my clothes and had me there on a steel bed. I remember that cold bed. and they were telling me, what's your name? And I tell them my name, I give them my contact. And I was smiling, and the doctor said, oh, wow, she is smiling, maybe it's a trauma. But it's not the trauma. I was smiling because I knew I found God under that rubber that day. I knew my life had changed. I knew I had given my life to Jesus Christ. And I knew I was going to be okay. And I was just ready and willing to just go into the Brooklyn Tabernacle Church, get baptized, live my life according to what I promised to God. I wanted to live that life. So when I was in the hospital, and the doctor said, it's going to sink in. It didn't sink into her yet. I spent almost 3 months in the hospital. I suffered a crushed leg injury. I had 4 surgeries done on my right leg. And under the 3rd surgery, they wanted to amputate my leg. And when I heard that, I started to pray so hard because I love dancing. I need my leg. I love dancing. So, and I want to wear my shoes. So, I really want to wear my shoes, but I was praying so hard. I said, God, if you bring me this far, please, not my leg, not my leg. And they tried on the 4th surgery, and they saved my leg. But they saved my leg. I do have a permanent drop, as they call it, a drop foot on my leg. My nerve is dead in my right leg. But I went through extensive therapy for almost a year trying to learn to walk again. And after a year and plus, I started to wear my 4-inch heels back because I was wearing a custom-made boots and all the things. And I just knew I was going to get better. And you know, I've been saved, you know, because I asked God for that. I released my fear and I turned my fear into faith because I wanted to live. I wanted to live my life.
Inspiring story from Janelle talking about being pulled from the rubble of ground zero and turning her fear into faith. Certainly an inspiring thing to hear. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox Local, but I do want to bring you some breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are learning of a potential threat to Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach that has caused them to cancel classes today. All classes canceled. They're telling students to return to their dorm rooms and shelter in place. Safety, our first priority, they say. We will continue to provide updates. Now, a little bit of context here. We have heard of several threats reported to HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, across the country today. Alabama, Virginia, several others as well. So this is certainly not the only college that is facing a threat today. Several, again, HBCUs facing threats, including Bethune-Cookman in Daytona Beach, that is closing for the day and currently on lockdown because of a potential threat to campus safety, saying they are taking the step as a precaution. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Today is the anniversary of 9/11. We will get you inside a couple more of those ceremonies around the area coming up in just a little bit, but we are continuing to track the fallout of the shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Let me show you the surveillance images released just a little bit ago, showing a person of interest that the FBI is looking for. These are the images that they released. They talked about these images in a news conference earlier today, where they said they had some pretty clear surveillance that showed who they believed to be the shooter and their face, and said they were going to hold off on releasing that until they tried to see if they could, identify that person without releasing this video through technology and things like that. That was about 3 hours before they ended up publishing these photos on social media. You can find them on FBI Salt Lake City, and they are trying to get some information from people, anyone who may know who this person of interest might be, as the search for the gunman continues. And I do want to play for you. You have probably seen it by now, but if you haven't, President Donald Trump, posting a video last night from the Oval Office, spoke for about 4 minutes talking about this case. We know he lowered flags to have staff yesterday, and also today announcing that he is going to award Charlie Kirk with a posthumous Presidential Medal of Freedom. But this was President Trump yesterday speaking about the shooting of Charlie Kirk and also talking about political violence.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
That was President Trump speaking from the Oval Office yesterday and talking about some political violence. We should also mention one other recent political attack, and that was one targeting some Democratic state lawmakers in Minnesota that happened back in June that the president neglected to mention in his video there. We do have more coverage coming up here shortly on the shooting of Charlie Kirk, the assassination, and the investigation. We're going to talk with Jamie Copenhaver, who is a former sheriff's detective and investigator, around 1:05, so we hope you stick with us. We talked with him earlier in our 11 o'clock hour about where things stood, and obviously things have changed quite a bit since then, so we're going to check back in with him coming up in just a couple of minutes and get his take on where things stand and where things go from here with that investigation. So we're going to take a quick break. And we'll be right back with more after this, so keep it here on Fox Local. In the meantime, give you this view of One World Trade Center, the Freedom Tower in New York City on this 24th anniversary of 9/11.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and I've got some news here just into our newsroom from Governor Ron DeSantis' office, who is calling on flags to be lowered to half staff in memory of Charlie Kirk. We know President Trump had previously directed flags to be lowered to half staff. And now the governor following suit for local and state buildings, installations, and grounds throughout the state of Florida immediately until sunset on Sunday. So again, this just in, this memo from the governor's office urging, directing those flags to be at half staff in honor of Charlie Kirk. And in this memorandum, he also acknowledges Kirk as one of the most prominent voices of his time, saying he was widely recognized for his leadership and influence in the political landscape, and was admired by many prominent figures, including President Donald Trump. DeSantis goes on to say in this, Charlie was a strong man of God as well as a husband and a father, and he is now rejoicing with our Lord in heaven. Meanwhile, we are continuing to track the fallout from this and the investigation. Just in the last little bit, about an hour ago, we got these surveillance images from the FBI showing a person of interest in connection with this shooting. And we heard earlier from investigators talking about the process here. They said they talked about having this video, and even with the gunman still on the run, they said they had been able to track his movements on and across campus before and after. Then about 3 hours later, releasing these images, but investigators earlier today urging patience with this investigation.
Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual.
The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him.
And I want to bring back in James Copenhaver, who is a former sheriff's detective and investigator. And James, we appreciate you joining us again. I know it's been a couple hours since we last talked with you about this case, but a lot has happened in between now and then, so we wanted to bring you back in here. First, just let me get your initial thoughts on these surveillance images that have now been released from the FBI of a person of interest.
You know, shocking in terms of the age, right? We see this photograph of the shooter, and you know, we all have preconceived ideas as to what that shooter may look like or the age, right? So very young, my guess, well under 30. I'm going to guess in his early 20s. But here's the telegraph. We were talking about earlier on your show that the FBI was telegraphing certain things. And I had mentioned that if they release the image of the suspect, pretty good chance they don't know where he's at or maybe even the identity. So, you know, we've now seen that come to pass, asking for the public's help.
Yeah, and it was only about 3 hours from the time that they said, well, we're not going to release it yet. We're going to try to identify him using technology, some other methods, and if we can't, then we will release it. So only about 3 hours passed before they ended up saying, okay, we are going to release this. Is that significant when we're talking about the timing? Obviously, you don't want too much time to pass. Any moment that passes, it would seem, is another minute that whoever the shooter might be has to kind of get away or kind of close that trail.
Yeah, I mean, we see this all the time in other news stories, right? Where law enforcement will sometimes immediately release the identity or a picture of the suspect they're looking for. In this case, like I said, it took 3 hours to do that. So that's a telegraph to me that they really don't have a handle on where the suspect is, number one. But number two, my question is, do they really have him identified? And Garrett, I have to tell you, just based on the 30 years I've been in the business, I don't think they have him ID'd either at this point, or they would have associated a name with that picture.
What makes you say that?
Just the mere fact they didn't put a name out with the photograph. I mean, we've all seen these law enforcement communities issue bulletins, be on the lookout for this suspect, Joe Jones, right? Or John Doe, whatever the name is. The mere fact that they're not releasing a name on that bulletin, I feel fairly confident that they don't know the name of the shooter. Hence, they're asking for the public's help identifying him.
How much more difficult does that make an investigation at this point when you are, still trying to close, some of those rings, and try to close some of those gaps of things that you don't know when you're already, kind of playing catch up here?
Well, they are behind. I had watched a live feed about 30 minutes ago. They're out literally going yard to yard, door to door, canvassing the entire neighborhood for any possible evidence or anything left behind that would show them where the suspect may be heading. So I think it's a very difficult task. But here's the good thing about it. They have the federal partners involved. The local and state folks are involved. The president has came out and said, whatever resources is needed, you've got them. So, some technology is great, but the facial recognition issue, I think, is probably what's hampering getting him identified through this photograph. But rest assured, I mean, that's a fairly good photograph of the shooter. Someone out there knows him, and let's hope they report it sooner than later so they can apprehend him.
How does that facial recognition, kind of work? Obviously, if they weren't able to identify him, this person of interest, through those methods, could that? How much would of an impact would it be that this does appear to be a younger person, and things like that? Would that prove challenging or make things more difficult when it comes to trying to identify him in some of those other methods before they released these photos that you're seeing now?
Absolutely. I mean, considering that every high school and college in the United States has a photo ID of that student on an identification badge that you're in possession of. So we know our colleges and schools collect that, but here's the problem. Those colleges and public schools aren't sharing that data with law enforcement. So that's strike number one, right? We know that if you fly, you go through the TSA checkpoint and you're photographed at the TSA checkpoint. Some of that information is not shared with the FBI and other intelligence communities. So yeah, I mean, the age thing, I think, is going to slow down the investigation. He should have a driver's license. So I can assure you they're going through the DMVs currently, looking at that database, trying to match up that photograph with any DL records that they may have. AI is, I can assure you, playing a role in this, Garrett, because you can't just look at thousands and thousands of pictures. You're going to have the use of AI and computers. So that's my best guess as to what's going on in Quantico.
What else? I mean, we talked some earlier today about the gun that was found, the high-powered bolt-action rifle, as they described it, that was found in the woods, and the fingerprint, the palm print, I guess. Can you kind of walk us through what else is likely happening as they're trying to track this person down?
Well, keep in mind, he was on top of a building, so he's going to have to climb up some apparatus to get onto that building. They know exactly where he was shooting from. So all of that area is going to be processed for any DNA or fingerprints. It's my understanding they're speculating that he may have jumped off of the roof onto the ground and fled. But nevertheless, he didn't jump up the roof. So there should be some type of DNA or latent prints on that building or ladder that he used to climb up onto the roof. The other thing is, the gun. There are going to be DNA on the gun. We know the palm print was taken, so we have that. But more importantly, as all of this is happening, ATF is doing a trace on that recovered weapon to try to identify who the last person was that owned that gun. And then you're going to go to that person and literally start investigating from there.
How, let me ask it this way. How does this get more challenging as time passes?
I think you just said it, time. The longer it takes to apprehend and identify the suspect, the harder it's going to be to find him. He's the bad guy. In a lot of these cases, we find the bad guy is within a very close proximity of the event, right? We've saw that a bunch. But keep in mind, we're dealing with a younger individual who may be a little bit more aggressive on escaping, but time is not on your side. If you have a homicide, the first 24 hours of that homicide is vital to closing or solving that homicide. This is no different. It's just a larger scale investigation. So time is not on the government side. We need to find him quickly, because the more time elapses, the greater distance he can get from authorities to hide out.
And you kind of understand that sense of urgency with the release of the photos of the person of interest, because the more people might see that, just like any other case where images are kind of released of persons of interest or suspects or fugitives, then if someone might spot them, might be able to call and at least show some sort of trail that might lead to his capture.
Yeah, you and I spoke about this earlier today. The FBI telegraphed a couple of things, but here's the concerning part. They came out and said there's no danger to the community, there's no threat to the community. I'm a little apprehensive in that, because if they don't know the shooter's identity or his location, I don't know really if you could make that statement, right? Because he's at large. We know he just shot and murdered one person. So, I don't know if they got ahead of their skis in doing that, but that certainly relaxed the community. By them now releasing this picture of the suspect, that causes concern for the community, because, okay, wait a minute, they're releasing the identity or the picture of the shooter. Do they really have a handle on who he is and where he's at? And now, is there some type of threat to the community? So it's kind of a double-edged sword by saying there's no threat to the community. I'm going to venture to say, of course there is. He's still at large.
We also talked about kind of the political atmosphere and the discourse, and how things kind of get to the point where you have an incident like this, or incidents like we have seen over the past few months, going back over a year, and it's certainly not something that is just unique to our time, but it does seem like this is something that we're seeing more and more. And I'm curious, the kind of security and law enforcement kind of reaction to this, and what events like this might look like. I mean, we saw another conservative influencer, Ben Shapiro, kind of, I believe, canceling, if not just putting on hold, some events that he had scheduled. So where do you think things go from here with events like this?
Yeah, we don't know if Ben has done that in respect to Charlie Kirk, or if he's, canceled those events for security concerns. We don't know the answer to that, but here's what I believe. These events, we really need to take a look at them, and we need to harden up the soft targets. You and I spoke about this early. It's my belief that if you're going to issue a permit for a public event from a city or a county perspective, the county needs to be a little bit more in charge of that, in control, to make sure that, number one, they have adequate security. But number two, I think we really need to look at maybe indoor events to be able to control that atmosphere. If we're outdoors, we've seen Butler, we've seen Charlie Kirk's event. There's just a lot of failures that can be filled. But if you're an indoor arena or some type of indoor setting, there's a pretty good chance you're not going to have a shooter from the high ground. So I would probably ask the county and the state to look at that, to mandate certain policies or rules. And I hate laws and I hate rules, but look, we've got to harden up these soft targets.
What is adequate security these days, Jamie?
I mean, you had 3,000 people, or maybe 3,000 plus at this event, at Charlie Kirk's event. If I understood the commissioner, they had about 12 or 14 officers. Now, he did say they had some undercover plainclothes officers mixed in with the crowd, which I've done that in my prior career. Charlie Kirk himself had 6 or 8 security people, but you're talking 3,000 people at an outdoor event with high ground that needs to be covered. to prevent these rooftop shooters. Their technology and drones. 101, if a door is able to be locked so you're not accessing the roof, it needs to be locked and secured and tagged. It was tagged on this date at this time, so that seal is not broken. We've got to utilize the drones and some more technology to make sure if it's an outdoor event that the high ground is covered and there's no possible shooters on a rooftop adjacent.
Yeah, and one point of clarity here, we are seeing from the Real Daily Wire saying that Ben Shapiro canceled 2 book signings out of respect for Charlie Kirk, not security concerns. But you have to think that this is going to be top of mind for whoever it may be with similar events.
It is. And here's another issue. So do we take this rhetoric and radicalize these people that carry out these shootings? So, are we looking now at soft targets for journalists who are reporting whatever the event or crimes are on the street, and they just happen to disagree with one of these people? I mean, the list goes on and on. So, I kind of threw up my arms and my hands earlier on your show. How do you solve this? I don't think you can solve it directly, but what you can do is be a little bit smarter, a lot smarter than the bad guy, and know your surroundings. And, if you're out at these events, know your escape plan, take a look around, and there's no one coming to save you if this happens. You're going to be your own savior. So you have to have an exit plan and find good cover and be ready for this. It's unfortunate that you have to put that in your mind, Garrett, but that's kind of where we're at with the climate.
It is unfortunate, and we talked earlier with Dr. Larry Walker, a political analyst and professor, about kind of dialing back lowering the temperature, dialing back the tensions here, and kind of all doing our part to do that, because it is unfortunate that we continue to see things like this happen in a democracy and a representative republic, and where we are proud of our freedoms and exercise our rights, and seeing things like this that shouldn't happen. So certainly concerning. Jamie, before I let you go, go ahead.
If I could just point out one thing, the freedom of speech is a God-given right? We all have the freedom of speech, but you can't go into a movie theater and yell fire. We've all heard that, right? I really and truly, and I'm not a big proponent of making new laws or making new rules, but listen, whether you're on the left, the right, or in the middle, and especially our lawmakers, they spew this stuff on both sides of the aisle. And unfortunately, people take that literally and for granted, and they go out and act on perhaps maybe what a lawmaker has suggested. Let's take the fight to the street. We've heard that a couple of times from our sitting lawmakers. It's just got to stop. But maybe if we start charging some of these people who are inciting this violence, maybe that'll be the damper that stops some of this.
Jamie, before I let you go, I want to pull up the images of this person of interest one more time here, and just kind of get your thoughts on where things go from here with this investigation, and kind of what we should be watching for as we continue to kind of track this and watch for developments on it.
The photograph's excellent for FBI forensics. They have technology that can actually come up with the exact height of the suspect, the exact almost weight. Minus the dark sunglasses, it's a very good image or a picture of the shooter. Someone will identify him quickly, I think, today, that knows him. Now, whether they can find him, but I think he'll be identified very quickly based on these 2 images that you're showing now. It's a fairly good photograph of the shooter.
You talked earlier about how you didn't think that investigators had identified him yet because they didn't put out that name with him. If he is identified, if they get tips in the next little bit and kind of are able to identify him with some degree of certainty, do you think they come back today with some information and say, hey, now this is the name of the person we're looking for? Do you think that's something that they would kind of keep under wraps at this point?
My gut feeling, given the circumstances, the time element that's passed, it's crucial that law enforcement puts their hands on this guy and apprehends him. So I would not be surprised at all if they get an identity and a name to attach to this photograph. I'm almost certain they're going to have to announce the name to start getting people to say, wait a minute, I've heard that name, or I know that name. I went to school with somebody with that name, to start that communication in the communities, to get chatter going, so we'll get tips on the possible location of him. So yeah, I think they will attach a name to it if they find the name.
Because I would imagine that's kind of the tension, you know, and a fine line for law enforcement and investigators to kind of have to toe and figure out how much to release and how much to keep at, because you certainly don't want to necessarily let whoever it is know that you're getting closer and the walls are closing in on them. But at the same time, you are racing the clock and do need to get that information out there so that you can get more information.
Well, you're right on. You're exactly on point. But here's my biggest concern. We have so many platforms on social media. Everyone's a social media journalist, whatever you want to call them, right? And here's the problem that I'm concerned with. If they release the identity of this individual, you're going to have somebody on a keyboard that will come up with his address in open form and perhaps go to that address and spoil something law enforcement is trying to do. They may have a surveillance set up on a house. So that's one of my nearest concerns, is we're going to have sightseers track the guy's address down and start riding by his house to get a quick video for whatever platform they're on, right? So that certainly could hurt law enforcement.
Certainly a lot of factors to consider in all this. And Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we always appreciate your perspective and your expertise. And thanks for joining us twice now today and being generous with your time. Really appreciate it.
Always good to be with you, Garrett. Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. And let me give you this live look in New York City right now on this 24th anniversary of 9/11. We'll be right back with more after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now in New York City. This is at the 9/11 memorial, and it's counting down to another ceremony here. But that is here's a live look at the One World Trade Center, the Freedom Tower, on what has been a somber day in New York City and across the country as well. At the Pentagon in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, we've seen a number of ceremonies honoring all of the victims on this day 24 years ago, and also honoring the first responders, because we know nearly 3,000 people died on that day, but a number have died since then and are continuing to, with complications and health issues. specifically when we're talking about first responders and others who were there on the site from their exposure to everything. And it's just continues to be a tragedy even all these years later, and also important that we continue to remember this day and what happened. And that was the focus of a portion of the ceremony at Curlew Hills Memorial Gardens in Palm Harbor. That's in Pinellas County. And they held a ceremony earlier today. Governor Ron DeSantis was there and spoke at that ceremony. But we also heard from a couple of kids who were not alive back in 2001, but they were part of an essay contest and talk about the importance of, well, first of all, they honor some of their 9/11 heroes, but they also really kind of highlight the importance of continuing to commemorate this day and remember and make sure that the legacy of those heroes continues to live on with every year that passes. And so I want to play for you. It's about 10 minutes as we hear from a couple of those kids and the thoughts that they shared during that ceremony a little bit ago in Palm Harbor.
Out of those hardships grew a man defined by resilience, loyalty, and compassion. As an adult, he was a firefighter with Squad 1, a husband to Sally Siller, and the proud father of 5 children. His family members remember him as steady and fearless, the kind of person whose calm gave others strength. I thought of Stephen as impervious to danger, his siblings once said. That was his nature, a man whose bravery seemed untouchable. Stephen finished an overnight tour and was on his way golfing with his brothers on the morning of September 11th. But when he heard the news that on the radio that a plane had struck the North Tower, he turned the car around, grabbed his equipment at the firehouse, and sped to the lower Manhattan area. Traffic was halted at the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, and civilians were evacuating. Stephen did the opposite. He put 60 pounds of equipment on his back and took off running almost 2 miles down the tunnel to the burning towers. Put yourself in the midst of boots, pounding the concrete, smoke wafting ahead. Stephen ran. He probably ended up with his Squad 1 team members in the South Tower, where they struggled to get civilians out of the building. There were 343 FDNY firefighters killed that day. His brother Frank once said he could never forget the day that his sister yelled, "Stephen is not coming home." These statistics remain harrowing. 343 firefighters lost, along with their laughter, jokes, and places at firehouse tables. Their names are more than statistics. Years of service, short-ended Sunday dinners, and missed birthdays translate those names into service time memories and empty chairs at tables that waited for those who would never sit again. Stephen's path that morning crossed the line of I must from I can. He took more than just equipment. He took the weight of responsibility with no guarantee of gratitude. The effects of that act still remain today. Stephen's family established the Tunnel to Towers Foundation in December 2001 so that his sacrifice would not be forgotten. The foundation gives mortgage-free homes to the families of the fallen first responders and constructs smart homes for catastrophically injured veterans. Thus, that last act of Stephen running into harm has expanded into thousands of acts of charity, one of which is the extension of his bravery. Stephen's story is both ordinary and extraordinary. He wasn't a superhero in a cape. He was a firefighter in heavy gear. Stephen had no superpowers, but he carried his responsibility through the tunnel and into history. When one imagines Stephen Siller, one doesn't imagine merely a firefighter. One sees a man running full tilt into disaster as the world fled the opposite direction, illuminated by duty and by love. His story reminds us that heroes aren't fearless, they're courageous, because their love is so fierce that it loads fear onto its shoulders and marches mile after mile until the work is done. Thank you.
Nice job, Noah. Noah Jackson, everyone. Give it up for Noah. And now we'd like to welcome 11-year-old Megan Boyle. Megan is a 6th grader with Safety Harbor Middle School to present her winning essay. Megan.
My 9/11 hero. On September 11th, 2001, 4 different civilian airplanes were hijacked, not by another country's military, but by foreign terrorists. 2 of the planes struck the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City. A 3rd plane crashed into the Pentagon in Virginia, and the 4th plane crashed into a field in Pennsylvania. Many Americans and citizens from other countries lost their lives, family members, and their friends that day. No one shall ever forget. For those of us who are not yet born, we learn about September 11th by talking with those who remember and from books, television, and memorial events such as this one. What is a hero? In learning about September 11th, I discovered that there were many heroes that day and in the days that followed. Heroes who rushed into danger or provided comfort and safety for those affected. My family has a personal hero who served on September 11th. My grandmother's cousin, Gary Kavakos, was a New York City firefighter and was one of the many first responders to rush to the Twin Towers that morning. Gary served in Engine Company Number 7 in New York City on Duane Street, not far from the World Trade Center. Gary was supposed to be on shift at Engine Company Number 7 that day, but he had traded days with a fellow firefighter who wanted a future weekend off for a family event. When Gary heard about the plane hitting the North Tower, he rushed to the station to help. He served in the rescue efforts that day and the recovery efforts that followed. Gary knew many of the firefighters that died on September 11th. He told my family how each morning he prayed with other firefighters at Ground Zero as they began the recovery efforts with white buckets. Gary told his family how he was one of a group to find and recover 3 deceased firefighters whose bodies were still in uniform. My grandmother said it meant a lot to him to be a part of the crew that morning. Even though Gary did not die on September 11th, the terrorists were still responsible for his death. Gary was an active person who loved living life to the fullest. He would later die at age 53 from T-cell lymphoma, which is caused by the toxic air and fumes he breathed in every day at Ground Zero. As of December 2023, more people have died from cancers and illnesses linked to the toxic air at Ground Zero than died in the terrorist acts on September 11th, 2001. As a child, my family says that Gary always wanted to be a fireman when he grew up. He grew up in New York and served in the Army and then returned to New York to become a part of the fire. Gary went on to live his dreams in a career he loved for 25 years. We will always honor him for his service to his family and the nation and to the Fire Department of New York. My family still has a tough time discussing Gary's death. My grandmother, my mom, and my aunt all told me how special he was and how sad it was that he's not here anymore. I wish I had the chance to meet Gary, but I'm grateful to have learned so much about him. Of all those who are first responders who immediately rushed to duty without concern for their own safety are heroes. A couple of examples of first responders are the firefighters, police, emergency medical, and many others who came together to offer help. There are so many stories from the people trying to evacuate the towers and the Pentagon telling how they all came together to help each other escape. They were heroes too. That day changed how we think about what is important, including safety and security for our country and our loved ones. I'm especially grateful for heroes like Gary who risk their lives every day. Thank you.
Megan, we are thinking of your cousin Gary for sure. That will lead us right into something that I want you guys to be familiar with. Up here to my left, there's actually a memorial that recognizes the rescue and recovery workers who have succumbed to their illnesses. And you probably heard a little bit about what Megan was saying in her stories, and this is really amazing. There's a permanent memorial here at Curlew Hills that honors our firefighters, and it honors all of those who died from the attack after 9/11. There are more than 50,000 people who've officially been recognized as being sick, and there's no doubt many more realized that they have an illness here. But you're thinking about all of the volunteers like Gary. Yes, he was with the New York Fire Department, but he wasn't on shift, and he did that because he wanted to help his brothers and sisters and the so many others who were there. So here's your number. I read numbers every night on the news with statistics, and hopefully they mean something. And I am hoping this one will set in with you this morning. This memorial here, to my left, to your right, indicates there are 14,251 people who have succumbed to their illnesses related to the 9/11 aftermath, rescue, recovery, and cleanup operations. 14,251. And every year at this 9/11 memorial ceremony, we update these numbers because we will never forget their heroism and the great sacrifice that they all made for our country. So if you could, afterwards, please come up and take a few moments if you would.
Heartbreaking numbers to hear. This is a look inside St. Peter's Church in Lower Manhattan, where a Port Authority interfaith ceremony getting ready to begin, honoring the lives of 84 Port Authority employees who were lost on this day 24 years ago. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox Local, but we'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to listen into this news conference happening in Evergreen, Colorado. This is the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department giving an update. Kind of lost in the mix yesterday. There was a school shooting at Evergreen High School in Colorado. There were two students who were shot, and the suspect believed to have shot himself before dying. Let's go ahead and listen into this update.
It's for anyone who's feeling the pain of this. We have a lot of resources there, people to talk to, just resources in case you want to reach out privately. We also have investigators there in case someone walks in and they end up being somebody who witnessed something that we hadn't talked to yet. So there's a lot of staff over there, and we're just trying to do the very best that we can to take care of this community, and they're suffering right now.
You talked about the lockdown working. Did the shooter, or was the shooter trapped in an area, so to speak, where they could not go any past the locked doors?
I can't tell you that because I don't know the shooter's movements, but I do know that he tried to gain access to areas that were locked down. And those teachers and those students did their job and took into account what they've learned, and it kept them safe, for sure.
Were students able to, did they encounter him? Did they see him aiming the gun at them and perhaps not shooting at them?
I don't know the answer to that. We have so many students that have been interviewed because they saw something, they heard something, they believe they were shot at, and that's a lot of kids. We've done a lot of interviews, but we have more to do. I can't speak to what any one of those students actually witnessed, but we believe we have witnesses to the shootings.
Can you talk about what's been found at the suspect's house?
I can't talk about what's been found at the suspect's house because I don't know. But I think that they found valuable information for our case.
There seems to be an issue with the reunification plans that were happening. At one point it was at one area, then it went to another. Was there any reason in particular for the confusion?
I can tell you that we always said it was going to be Bergen Meadows Elementary. Kids self-deployed in all kinds of places. So it was hard to round them up. And we're not being critical of those kids who ran to neighborhoods, who ran to the rec center, ran down the street, went to the library, so they were everywhere. So unifying all of that was a bit of a challenge yesterday, and that's just going to happen. It's just chaos. And it took a while to get our arms around that, get buses to the right places, and get parents back to their kids.
Is there an emergency system in place for kids, just in case something like this happens? I mean, obviously it happened yesterday. Is there an emergency system in place here, just in case, where people could be able to meet up somewhere?
I don't know that that's a hard and fast written rule on what that emergency plan looks like. They have to be fluid because every situation is different, and what might work today may not work next time. So it's just probably the framework is there, but we have to adjust to the kids and the parents who ran.
Jackie,
and I'm sorry, not the parents, the students.
Have investigators made contact and spoken with the suspect's family, parents, guardians?
Yes, our investigators have been in touch with the suspect's family. Close contact.
What was the route?
To investigators?
Yes, they have.
What was the route that this young man took inside the school?
Great question again. I, as the PIO, do not know that. Our investigators have a really good understanding of how he moved about inside the school because we have great surveillance video, but I don't know that.
Follow-up question to that, the amount of time that passed. I know yesterday you guys were saying it was really a matter of minutes since you learned about it to get here. Do you have an idea now about how long he was in the building doing this?
Oh, another great question. It's a good question. I'm really sorry. I don't know how long he was in there.
Okay.
We got those calls so quickly starting at 12:24. It became very, very serious as the 911 calls flooded in. And that's all we need to know, that this isn't a swatting call. This is more than that. And that's why the resources that came up here as fast as they could, safely. And we were in that school very quick.
And clarification about inside, outside. Of our two victims who are in the hospital, one was shot outside, one was shot inside. Is that correct?
That is correct. One victim shot inside, one victim shot outside.
And I know you're not a doctor. Can you speak at all about what kind of injuries, like location of gunshots? Can you speak at all to the number of shots these kids took?
I don't know that. I'm hoping we need to let these families, the victim families, just adjust to what they're dealing with today. So we're really trying to be protective of our victims right now. By not giving out too much information. So maybe tomorrow and the days that come.
A follow-up to the SRO question, and forgive me if you've already answered this, but should have an SRO been there? I know you said they left to do something. It sounds like it was okay for them to do that.
Sure.
But was that SRO following department policy, school policy, when they left the campus?
Yes. The SRO that was sharing responsibility of Evergreen High School is allowed to come and go. He can go to lunch. He might have to handle something in the parking lot, and he might be cover on something that's happening in the neighborhood or up in the Evergreen area, a cover car for that. So no, he did not do anything wrong.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
What happened when law enforcement did make contact with the shooter? You said they got to him in about 5 minutes.
Right.
What happened?
Could have even been less than that. That's just kind of an estimate. I'd like to tell you more about that, but I need to get permission to do that. It's a lot, but I'd love to be able to tell you that story. Maybe I can do that later. Okay?
Any idea how long the school will be closed?
Not going to read. The Evergreen High School will not be open this week. It's a guesstimate, maybe next week. We have a lot of work to do and probably a few things that they'd like to do aesthetically to make that just a more healthy environment for the kids and the teachers. So I just don't know.
Was there body-worn camera video that will show at some point the officer's encounter with the shooter?
Yes. I don't know that it will be released right now. I know that it won't be released right now. How about that?
Yes.
But I do think that there's absolutely, there's body cam footage just showing more specific detail about the encounter.
And I know that you said that you can't say much about that encounter, but can you tell us if there were commands or was there a conversation of some kind that took place between that officer and the shooter?
I've got to get some better clearance and permission to do that. I understand that that's something you'd really like to have, so I'll see if I can get clearance for it.
Once again, for clarification, for if anybody wants to go pick up the car, to be at Bergen Meadows.
Bergen Meadows Elementary.
This news conference continuing from investigators in Jefferson County, Colorado, at the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. They're talking about the school shooting that happened at Evergreen High School yesterday. We are also tracking some breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. Jackie Heinrich from Fox News reporting that in Salt Lake City, the Vice President and Second Lady planning to meet with Charlie Kirk's family and a number of his close friends. And then reporting that Charlie's casket, along with his family and friends, will be flown to Phoenix, Arizona, aboard Air Force 2. So that the latest reporting from Jackie Heinrich about that. We are also still tracking a threat that has closed the campus of Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach. It is one of several HBCUs across the country that has received some sort of threat today and has taken precautionary action as a result. All we know right now is they're saying there is a potential threat to campus safety and have been on lockdown. Posted a little over an hour ago, I believe. They canceled classes. They're telling students to go back to their dorm rooms and shelter in place. Waiting for some updates on this, trying to get some more information about this as well. And we'll bring that to you as we get it. We are also, I should mention, tracking a ground stop that was issued at Orlando International Airport this afternoon because of a radar issue. That ground stop was issued around 12:28, so a little over an hour ago, hour and 20 minutes ago or so, having some sort of radar issues with the Central Florida Terminal Radar Approach Control, and that ground stop currently scheduled until 2 o'clock, although there is a chance of having to extend that. So we will keep you updated on that as well, certainly causing some flight issues and delays with that because of an issue with some equipment, some radar equipment there at MCO. Let me check here. It is still showing 2 o'clock expiration for that ground stop. We will see showing the average departure delay. In fact, I can just pull this up for you so you can see it too. Average departure delay showing 45 minutes. You're looking right in the middle of the screen there. MCO ground stop due to equipment outage, 12:28 p.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. Let's see if we can get any more details from this, just talking about the radar issues. And again, there is a medium probability of extension, so if that gets extended past 2 o'clock, we will let you know. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus on this somber anniversary, 24 years since the attacks on 9/11. This is a live look inside an interfaith ceremony getting ready to begin at St. Peter's Church in Lower Manhattan. This is a Port Authority ceremony. They're going to honor the lives of 84 Port Authority employees who were lost on 9/11. Among the first responders who ran into danger that day was Orlando firefighter Lieutenant Felix Marquez. He was a paramedic in New York City on 9/11, and he was on A Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about what he remembers about that day. He walks through the day from his perspective and also shares what he hopes people will take from it. Here's that interview on Good Day Orlando this morning.
So, Lieutenant, talk to me a little bit. I know you've told your story with us on Good Day Orlando before, but a lot of new viewers have not heard your story, and it is one that is certainly very powerful. Tell us what happened to you on 9/11.
So back in September 11th of 2001, I worked for FDNY back then, and I was assigned in the borough of the Bronx and was actually dispatched to go help out at the tower being hit. It was an MCI, so they pull units from all boroughs. So I headed out there, and I used to teach at LaGuardia College on the east side. I was supposed to go down to the west side, West and Vesey. But with the commotion on the radio and listening and the commotion on our units, on the radio units, I ended up going, muscle memory, end up on the east side, end up going all the way down to, decided to go all the way Battery Park and kind of go under the tunnel, come up on the west side. But it was so congested with people just running the streets, the highways, the FDR Drive, the highway on the east side, completely flooded with people running, just trying to get out from downtown. So we ended up going all the way around. They couldn't make it, so we just shot across, and that's when we got to, we just passed Broadway and ended up on, we were on Maiden Lane, passing Broadway, turns into Liberty Plaza. End up there, and that's when the towers collapsed. Tried to do a U-turn to get out of there, but was overcome by significant smoke and debris. Thought I did a complete U-turn, and apparently I didn't, and I thought I drove quite a bit of ways, but my engine ceased because all the debris and the smoke kind of just snuffed out the engine. So we just got out, we started running, and we thought we were far enough, ended up into a building. The building got destroyed, and realized afterwards we never made it far. We were right across the street in One Liberty Plaza, the building right in front of the World Trade Center collapsed. And the building kind of collapsed on One Liberty Plaza, took out a significant portion of that tower, and that's why we were kind of stuck there for quite a bit.
You were stuck there for quite some time, Felix. How long were you trapped, and how did you eventually get out? For roughly, I don't know the exact time. It's just a lot of blur to me, but quite a bit. It was got there early morning and left late night. So probably over 20 hours or so. It was early in the morning when we got out of there. And then we got out, a bunch of construction companies came and started building ramps and stabilizing structure, and we started moving out, and we were able to get out and went down to Chelsea Square, where they evaluated us medically wise, and then fed us, because obviously it's been over 20 something hours we haven't eaten, so it was great. Wow. Felix, we were looking at pictures earlier of, I think maybe it was your wife and a daughter, and I just think, I can't imagine what they were going through that day, you not being home, probably not being able to reach them. Talk to me a little bit about what that day was like 24 years ago, and looking back on it now, what kind of perspective you have.
It's pretty interesting because my kids were so young. They were my middle child was just a couple of months old, and my oldest child was 3 years old. So really had no idea, but today they're grown women, and I just got a text every morning around the same time. They call, they text me, and like, Dad, we love you. We're so thankful that you survive and you're healthy today. So I always get that. So it does put into perspective. Like, I can't believe it's been 24 years this happened, and to think that, man, that opportunity, I would never had an opportunity to raise my daughters. So, and I'm very tight with my daughters. I have 3 girls.
Oh, God bless you. I'm looking at, as we're talking to you, of the video of the people reading the names on 9/11, and I imagine a day like this for you brings up some really raw emotions. Absolutely. I lost a lot of friends. I lost my partner. She ended up passing a few years later from the cancer from the World Trade Center. But we lost, I lost so many friends, coworkers. So, never forget them. And that's probably the hardest part. And to be a survivor of September 11th, it sucks, in a way that, they perished, but yet I'm here alive today.
Yeah, the survivor's guilt. I mean, it's a real thing and something I'm sure that has been traumatic for you. I have to ask, you did go through so much trauma. Felix, why did you decide to stay a firefighter and come to Orlando and continue in this business?
Well, actually, that's one of the reasons why I moved to Florida. I wanted to just get away from all that, and had no intent of wasn't sure if I wanted to continue in this business, but I did, and I moved out here, and I got hired with Kissimmee Fire Department. I moved out here because I was getting hired, and ended up getting deployed. I was attached to the 124th Infantry here in Fern Creek, finishing up my my reserve duty, and ended up getting deployed too on top of that. So it was pretty interesting. But that's one of the reasons why I wanted to just get away, move out here, and just start fresh.
We'll be right back with more coverage on Florida Live in just a couple of minutes.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. We've got a lot to cover over this next hour, and we appreciate you joining us here today. It is the 24th anniversary of 9/11, something that we are certainly keeping top of mind today with a number of ceremonies across the state and across the country. A somber day for sure. And we were also continuing to track the fallout from the shooting of Charlie Kirk yesterday, a conservative activist and influencer who was shot and killed at an event in Utah. The gunman still on the loose. The officials earlier today, investigators holding a news conference and urging folks to remain patient with this investigation.
Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual.
The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him.
And just in the last little bit, the last couple of hours here, the FBI has released these two surveillance images showing who they describe as a person of interest in connection with this shooting. This kind of completes the picture of what investigators had said earlier today about the suspect appearing to be of college age and blending in well into that campus community. These images showing a person of interest in connection with the Charlie Kirk shooting that we know investigators are looking for. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look outside the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C., where police are responding to some sort of incident. We don't know exactly what this might be. Seeing reports that there may have been some sort of threat made. So we are monitoring this situation as well. This is, again, a live look right now outside Democratic National Headquarters in Washington, D.C., and we will continue to monitor that. But all of this shows an escalation in political tensions, something that has been a trend that we have seen. So where do things go from here, and how do we kind of lower that temperature and show that political violence is not accepted? That was something I talked about just a little bit ago with Dr. Larry Walker. He is a political analyst and a professor at the University of Central Florida. And here's what he said about the situation we are in right now.
The shooting yesterday certainly suggests that, as you did note, that, I watched a press conference with Utah authorities this morning. They haven't found the gunman. And so obviously when they find the gunman, we'll get a lot more information about what his motives were. But obviously we talked about, we just saw in the previous segment in terms of in the last couple of months, the number of shootings of individuals who were politicians or in the political sphere, so to speak. And so now the question is, what happens now in terms of, does this trend continue, or do various policymakers from different backgrounds and pundits, et cetera, come together and ask people to calm down? Because this country has a history of some political violence. Medgar Evers, Abraham Lincoln, JFK, I can go on and on. So it's going to be really important to tone down some of the dangerous rhetoric to make sure that Americans feel safe.
Why do you think now it seems like we are seeing this kind of ramp up and seeing more of these attacks just in the past year, even?
I think it's just the times we live in. And as I noticed some of the historical figures, we've had periods like this in the 1960s in particular, where we've had various individuals. I certainly remember probably the one most well known in 1968, Dr. King, and his assassination. So we've seen these kind of assassinations ebb and flow throughout U.S. history. Let's recall that Ronald Reagan was almost assassinated. He survived. So we've seen, unfortunately, this kind of violence in the past. So, like I said, the question really is, what happens in terms of the country moving forward?
Yeah, when we see those periods, you bring up the 60s, and not only Martin Luther King, but John F. Kennedy in the 60s, Robert F. Kennedy in the 60s. I mean, that was certainly a time that was fraught with some of those similar tensions. How do we get out of that, and where do we turn now to kind of break this cycle and this, like you said, trend that we find ourselves in?
Yeah, I think this is a really important question, and I'm going to go to, as use an example, one individual we just talked about, that was Dr. King. Everyone's very aware of his position on nonviolence, and keep in mind, he spent most of his adult life up until his assassination, being, dealing with a number of death threats and one other unsuccessful attempt on his life prior to 1968. So, and like I said, using him as an example in terms of finding, a way to find common ground on some issues to make sure that the United States continues to thrive and that we don't see an increase in these kind of events.
We hear a lot of people say, well, things have gotten so far out of hand, it seems like we can't agree on anything now, and people may be concerned that there's no kind of turning back from this. Given these lessons in history, do you think that should give us hope that there is a path out from this?
Yeah, I do think there's a path out from this. We talked about the 60s and obviously there also the end of Jim Crow in the United States, was able, some people might say, steady itself a bit. But to be honest with you, in the direction where things are happening, we don't have a choice but to reverse course. Because like I said, there's very turbulent waters right now. And it's going to be really important for policymakers, individuals that are nationally recognized, to let people know that, we need to find a way not to continue down the path. And like I said, we've highlighted just a couple of examples over the last couple of months of prominent individuals being, nearly assassinated or assassinated. So the question is, for Americans overall, what does the path forward look like?
And how what do we need to see from political leaders? Obviously this is something that I think falls on all of us as far as taking responsibility, in our own ways to try to dial down the rhetoric and try to find the common ground and that kind of thing. But what should we see from our political leaders, and what should we aspire to see from them to kind of set that example at either the local, state, or federal level that we can follow in politics?
Yeah, so I'm a former congressional staffer and live in D.C., so that's where we look to. We're going to look to D.C. leaders on both sides of the aisle, to D.C. to kind of quell some of the some of the rhetoric we're seeing. And we talked about the incident yesterday and a couple months ago, and what happened to President Trump. So, we have to look to elected officials to figure out how do we avoid more of these incidents in the future. Because the thing is that not only in terms of how it impacts those individuals, but also how it impacts those individuals' families. And so we cannot allow this to multiply over the next couple months, couple of years, because once again, we know from his history, in U.S. history, that when that happens, that it could be big, a bit like, if you're on the beach and you see that, a large body of water headed towards you and you feel hopeless. So, but we can't allow that to happen. And, obviously certainly fall back on some of the democratic principles in terms of what it means to, live in this country and feel safe.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for that, because, I don't remember who it was who I heard say this yesterday, but basically saying this political violence like we're seeing, every time we have an incident like this, that's another hit on our democracy. And what do we lose, in a country like ours that is based on free speech and debate and, having these ideas and hashing them out, and, a representative republic and a democracy. What do we lose when we are at a point that we're seeing political violence more and more over, disagreements, instead of being able to converse and debate these in in a policy, the political arena?
Yeah. So, and another really important and critical question. I think this is a question that the country has struggled and debated with the last, since its inception. And, it does, there are a lot of questions about what it means for free speech and what it means in a democracy, people have, a variety of views, and to avoid those views in a connection with some, rhetoric contributing to violence. But I think the other thing about it is that compared to other countries in the world, and I think the context is important. We're still a young democracy, and the United States and and citizens are still learning what it means to live in a society where people have differing views, but at the same time have the same aim to make sure that the republic is healthy, and once again, like I said, people feel safe, and we continue to do the things that are necessary to make sure the country continues to grow.
What's the bottom line here, Dr. Walker?
I think the bottom line is that we have to temper the rhetoric. And like I said, I worked on Capitol Hill, and I've been on times when the rhetoric has been hot like it is now, and people are going to look to leaders in D.C. and other capitals throughout the United States for guidance. And today and right now, as I said, Dr. King, in terms of his approach to life, I think is a good example of how we need to move forward.
As we go to break here on Florida Live, I do want to give you a live look right now. This is at Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach. This is a live picture outside the nursing building, which is right off of West International Speedway Boulevard. We know that Bethune-Cookman campus is closed right now. Their Facebook post says they're even on lockdown at the moment. They did receive some sort of threat that has them taking these precautionary actions. We should also note that they are one of several HBCUs, historically black colleges or universities across the country, that has received some sort of threat today and has had to take action because of it. So we're monitoring this situation. Again, a live look right now in Daytona Beach at Bethune-Cookman University. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this.
To honor those people.
Give you a live look right now inside the Port Authority Interfaith Service going on inside a church in New York City right now. The Port Authority lost 84 employees on this day 24 years ago, just among the thousands who lost their lives, not just that day, but in the days since. Today, of course, marking 24 years since the attacks on 9/11, 2001, and a lot of commemorations going on across the country and here in Florida as well. It is time now for our Tampa connection, and going to check in with Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, a ceremony in your area today, very somber, very heartfelt, and the governor was there and gave some remarks as well.
Yes, that's right. The ceremony was held in Palm Harbor at Curlew Hills. And as you mentioned, Governor Ron DeSantis was in attendance. Now, the ceremony did have the traditional wreath laying, the bagpipes, as well as the bell ringing. Firefighters gave speeches, and high school students at this ceremony also spoke. They are high school students who won a 9/11 essay contest. Now, several speakers, they did remark on how long ago 9/11 now feels, and they also talked about how that feeling of unity that we had 24 years ago seems a little different today.
The highway was lined with hundreds of people with signs up saying, "God bless you, we love you firefighters, be safe," whatever. They were waving. Everybody wanted to do something. I just remember crying, just saying, "Oh my God, this is so beautiful. This country has never been more together than it is right now." You know, unfortunately, we're not there right now. Hopefully someday we can get back to that.
Dozens of retired police officers and firefighters who were working in New York on 9/11 or who went to New York immediately after the attacks did attend today's ceremony. And one thing that several people said is that it's difficult to explain 9/11 to those who are too young to not have lived through it. And there was a lot of applause when Governor DeSantis said teaching 9/11 is now required in Florida public schools. Garrett?
Yeah, certainly something to be said about that sense of unity in the days after, something that clearly we could use again. But I was really struck by listening to those kids talk and talk about their 9/11 heroes, and one of them speaking about their family members even, and the service and the sacrifice. Just a lot that we can learn from the heroes of that day.
Yes, there's definitely a lot we can learn. There were so many heroes, and it is a little challenging to explain 9/11 and what that day was like and what it entailed to somebody who did not live through it. I do have a very close friend of mine who was a New York City police officer on 9/11 and did help out at the World Trade Center. He has since retired, but he's actually a teacher now down in Sarasota County, and he often shares the experience of 9/11 and what it was like with his students.
Important to keep the memory alive, that's for sure. Nancy, our second story here in the Tampa Connection, and it's a sad update out of Citrus County.
Yes, that's right. Citrus County Deputy Andy LaHara, he was hit by a car a little over 2 years ago while he was helping direct traffic outside of the Lecanto High School graduation. He has passed away. Now, the crash left him critically injured, and he had a traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injuries. LaHara spent months in the hospital before he was moved to rehabilitation facilities. He joined the Citrus County Sheriff's Office in 2009, and then he became a school resource deputy after the Parkland shooting down in South Florida. Now, workman's compensation covered his injuries from the crash, but his health insurance coverage was uncertain, and that's why Governor Ron DeSantis signed the Andy LaHara Act into law earlier this year. It provides full premium coverage to all officers who are injured in the line of duty. LaHara, he is survived by his wife and 2 sons, and details about a memorial service will be shared within the coming days. Garrett?
Certainly a sad update there. And in Clearwater, Nancy, our third story today, still a lot of questions for family members of someone who disappeared 25 years ago.
Yes, that's right. It's been 25 years since 8-year-old Zachary Bernhardt disappeared from his apartment in the Savannah Trace Apartments over in Clearwater. Zachary is the longest running Amber Alert in the state of Florida. Now, on September 11th of 2000, Zachary's mother, Leah Hackett, she called police at 4:47 a.m. and said that her 8-year-old son was missing from their apartment at the Savannah Trace Apartments. She told police that she had gone for a walk and then went for a swim in the neighborhood pool while Zachary was sleeping. She said when she returned from her walk and her swim, Zachary was gone. Zachary has never been seen again, and investigators have called his disappearance suspicious. Now, the area was searched in and out by hundreds of people at the time. Detectives over the years, they've gathered more than 350 pieces of evidence, and Zachary's case fills 35 binders. Now, the information in those 35 binders was recently scanned into one searchable document using Project Adam. Police say they are still getting tips from across the country about possible sightings of Zachary. The tips, they said, usually come in on an anniversary of his disappearance, or when stories run about the case, or when the Clearwater Police Department puts something up on social media. But so far, nothing has panned out. Now, yesterday, I did speak with the deputy chief of the Clearwater Police Department, and he says so far nobody has been ruled out as a suspect or a person of interest. He did say, though, that in the 25 years since Zachary's disappearance, Zachary's mother has never contacted police asking for an update, and he said that she has been uncooperative. He said that detectives actually went to her Florida home. She no longer lives in this area, but she does live in a different area in Florida. That officers went to her home recently, and he said that she was uncooperative. Now, over the years, there have been other possible leads in the case, but so far nothing has panned out. Now, on New Year's Eve of 2001, so this is a little over a year after Zachary disappeared, another little boy disappeared from the Savannah Trace Apartments. This boy was kidnapped while he was playing with friends. Those friends said that a man in a white van or a truck that had stickers on it took the child. Now, this little boy, he was found alive in the dumpster of a fast food restaurant up in Sumter County. Now, police say that so far the suspect in this case has never been found, and there is nothing as of right now that definitively connects this case with Bernhardt's case. Now, there was also another man in 2000 who told an undercover detective that he had kidnapped an 8-year-old boy from the Savannah Trace Apartments, but when he pointed out to the unit that he took the boy from, it wasn't Zachary's unit, and he also described the boy he supposedly took as wearing a different outfit than the outfit Zachary was wearing when his mother said she put him to bed that night. Again, so far, none of these leads have panned out. Now, the man in that case was arrested for solicitation and child pornography, and he is currently in Florida State Prison. Zachary would be 32 years old today, and anybody who has any information about his disappearance is asked to call the Clearwater Police Department and ask for Detective Daniel Bieber. Garrett?
Gosh, 25 years, a long time to not have any answers to that. And finally, Nancy, tracking a shooting investigation at an apartment complex there.
Yes, this shooting happened around 1 a.m. this morning and actually left a teenager dead and 5 other people injured. This happened at the Crown Point Apartments. Police say that when they arrived around 1 o'clock this morning to investigate a reported shooting, they found 3 people, a 21-year-old man, a 19-year-old man, and a 17-year-old boy had all been shot. Now, paramedics rushed them to the hospital, and that's where the teenager passed away. About 30 minutes later, police said 2 more people had been shot at that apartment complex. Now, those injuries of those 2 people are non-life threatening. Police say a 6th victim showed up to the hospital a short time later, and that victim is also expected to survive. The surviving victims range in age from 19 to 22. Police say all 6 victims, they were outside when the shots were fired. As of right now, police have not identified a suspect in this shooting, but anyone with any information is asked to call the Tampa Police Department. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
And as we go to break here on Florida Live, I want to give you these live Aerial images from Skyfox right now showing the campus of Bethune-Cookman University, where we are continuing to monitor the situation there. They've urged students to return to their dorm rooms and basically stay there. Classes canceled for the day. The campus is essentially shut down because of a threat. Still working to get some more details about this, some more information, but you can see a number of investigators still on the scene. We've seen Daytona Beach Police. We've seen Volusia County Sheriff's deputies as well. So still an active situation that we are monitoring. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live, and an update to give you here. We're still looking at live images from Skyfox over Bethune-Cookman, the campus in Daytona Beach, and they had canceled classes because of some threats. We just got note from our crew on scene that they've given the all clear. So that is certainly good news and a good update coming from that all clear at Bethune-Cookman after basically put the campus on lockdown for a while over the concerns over those threats. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. And we're continuing to track the fallout as well from the shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk at an event in Utah yesterday. A manhunt continuing for the gunman who is wanted in this. And joining me live now inside our streaming studio here is Orlando Rolone, former police chief. And Chief Rolone, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live. So we just got these surveillance images in the last little bit showing who the FBI is calling a person of interest in connection with this. And I'm just wondering what your kind of initial thoughts are as we learn a little bit more about who is believed to be behind this.
Well, I think anything that we can say about who may be behind this would be speculation at this point. But any evidence that may come into the hands of the agencies that are involved in the investigation, the FBI, local agencies, state agencies, is critical. So, for example, the image that they're now putting out for people to hopefully provide some feedback on is super important, so that if there's anyone out there who may have information, to share it so that they can continue their follow-up. But the fact that it's a person of interest is something that obviously will be very, very important for the investigators to try to get to the bottom of.
What would that coordination look like between these agencies in something like this that is, obviously getting a lot of attention? How does that work between the local and federal agencies involved as well?
Well, it's a unified command structure, a way of doing business. Everyone understands who has what responsibility. The rules are set early on as to who will be leading the investigation, but there are so many moving parts, and the coordination of that usually takes place in a setting where the information sharing process tries to be as fluid as possible. Things are changing from minute to minute sometimes, but the fact that this is not the first rodeo for the FBI, of course, and for many of the agencies that today have experienced incidents such as this, the information flow is really good and the cooperation is extremely well.
24 hours now since this happened, and I would imagine there has to be a sense of, we know there's a sense of urgency, but as time passes, is there a point where you start to get nervous as investigators, saying we really need to figure this out?
Well, I can tell you one of our past incidents locally where one of our officers' life was taken, and it was over a week before we could catch the person responsible. So time is of the essence. Time is very important, and the quicker you can get to the individual that is responsible for a crime, the better. But the fact is that it is an evolving situation that will take time, and the thing is that they want to do things right. They want to make sure that they use every tool, every avenue available to them to try to resolve who's responsible for it, but they have to be diligent about it. They have to be thorough about it, and they can't jump into conclusions, and they have to make sure that everyone understands that they need the public's help in order to solve something like this.
Give a live look right now outside the Democratic National Headquarters in Washington, D.C., where we know there's a large police presence right now. Seen reports that there may have been some sort of threat called in there, and just another example, I think, of the rising political tensions, obviously, that we are continuing to see. We kind of ran down earlier a list of the acts of political violence we have seen just in the past year, and is certainly a concerning trend. And I'm wondering what is different about that from a law enforcement perspective when you're looking at things like this and politically inspired violence compared to some of the run-of-the-mill everyday things that you see when it comes to crime.
I think it's something that not only law enforcement but citizens of this country must process. What is leading us to this point where we're so divided in certain things, but we also have to recognize that, or something that I reflected on today, September 11th, I remember how tragic that situation was, but how we all came together as one when we've obviously felt attacked. Our nation felt attacked. And sometimes it takes a tragedy to bring us together. And I think we need to start thinking about ways to avoid the separation that we currently have when it comes to our political views, the way we see things. And we should see ourselves as a nation that obviously wants well for everyone. And whenever we see rhetoric out there that is dictating otherwise, or at least pushing for violence, we need to make sure we bring that to the attention of the authorities so that authorities can take action whenever something like that is affecting or putting in danger members of our communities.
To that end, from a law enforcement and security perspective, how do we make sure that things like this don't happen in the meantime? And you also have to be concerned about copycats and responses to this, people maybe taking matters into their own hands, who may be outraged by something like this. How do you kind of balance all of that and handle all that?
Very difficult, but the number one tool and the number one safeguard that any community can have is the information that someone out there has that sometimes they may be reluctant to share with law enforcement. It doesn't matter how small or how serious the situation may appear. If it gives you a gut feeling that something may go wrong, that someone may do something like this, it is very important to share that information immediately. And for law enforcement, you know, they're only as good as the information that they can investigate, the information that is shared with law enforcement to try to address or at least look into and prevent something like this from happening. But it's very difficult. It's very difficult.
Where do you think things go from here?
So, of course, there's going to be an after-action report that will detail how the event was put together, what security measures were put in place. One key thing that I see that obviously continues to evolve in any setting is the use of digital security systems, cameras. If it hadn't been for that video clip or frame, who knows where we'd be today. So as the technology continues to improve, as more advances are made with video systems, I think people need to embrace the idea that these systems play a very important role in law enforcement and their ability to solve and prevent crime from happening.
Yeah, we heard earlier from law enforcement even before they released those images saying, we have good surveillance images of this person. You would have to think that nowadays people are aware that these cameras are just about everywhere, and they are, you know, technology has gotten to the point where they are clear, high definition in a lot of cases, and yet even that still wasn't enough to deter someone in this situation.
I think the conversation one day will lead to what technology can be applied to that video being captured that may be able to alert law enforcement to act on it. When the technology is there for a video feed to show that it's not normal, that maybe that one camera out of 1,000 cameras is the one that you need to focus on, and embrace the idea that it's not an invasion of privacy. It is a tool that is meant to protect you and save lives. I think when we get to that point, when we start implementing that or inputting that type of technology into the cameras, we will see even more positive results when it comes to what they can do to protect people.
Now, just to kind of take us behind the curtain here and what investigators will be doing now as they continue to try to track down that person of interest.
There's an army of individuals that are working at all levels. Again, local, state, federal, everyone is basically making their resources available to the lead investigative unit that is in charge of this investigation. So with that said, every tip, every information that is being collected that could potentially yield some results for the outcome of resolving the investigation, all of that is in play. So, and it not necessarily affect that area. I'm talking anywhere in the country or outside of the country, if applicable. When something like this occurs, everyone is all hands on deck, and everyone is trying to do their best to support the investigation, to obviously identify the individual who they're looking for, and to also solve the incident itself.
Well, now that those photos are out there, hopefully that will help, you know, people be able to know something. I recognize that person, and you mentioned the technology, you know, another way that could come in and hopefully identify him. And before I let you go, I do want to ask you, you heard us talking about the threats toward Bethune-Cookman and a number of HBCUs across the country. I just want to get your thoughts on this atmosphere where we see widespread threats going around in situations like that.
If you recall, something like this has happened in the past, and it almost feels as if someone is just ready, is at the ready with the switch to turn it on so that all these threats go out to these specific schools. So as technology continues to evolve, I think we will be able to, one day in the future, be able to say, this is where we can pinpoint where that originated from and the person's responsible. So for any bad actors out there that are involved in that are supporting that type of disruption, beware. The technology, as it continues to evolve, one day this will be a thing of the past, I predict, when we will be able to identify those bad actors right away.
Is it just people trying to cause panic and chaos and disruption?
Unfortunately, oftentimes some people will do it out of spite. Some people will do it just for fun. And some people obviously have some ill intent in those threats. So for law enforcement, the tough thing is that you have to balance all that, and you have to basically side with caution. And that is why lockdowns and thorough inspections of the facilities and locations were affected by these threats. They have to take them all serious. But while they're doing that, that means resources are being pulled from other areas, meaning someone is likely to be affected by those threats regardless.
All right, so well, former Police Chief Orlando Rolone, really appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. We're going to take a quick break. As we do so, give you this other live look at Bethune-Cookman in Daytona Beach on this Thursday afternoon. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. And we're continuing to track the fallout of the shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. And unfortunately, you may have been one of the people who saw the graphic video going around on social media showing this. We've seen a lot of, seen it posted many times. In the hours after the shooting, was up for a while, it seemed, and a number of people complaining about not wanting to see it because it was quite graphic, to be honest, and I can certainly understand the reactions to that. So we wanted to talk with one of our tech experts about how that happens and why that happens and what can be done about that going forward. So I want to bring in Matt Rose, who is the CXO of Tech Rage IT in Winter Springs. And Matt, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Yeah, glad to help.
Matt, how is something like that able to spread so quickly in the aftermath of an incident like this?
So a lot of it is just kind of the way that these platforms are made nowadays for kind of instant gratification. Funny enough, I was talking to somebody last night at a soccer practice for my kid, and it was basically talked about how people know to go to Twitter or Facebook or something like that, or X, I guess, to see something immediately. And that's kind of the way these platforms are known. And when you upload things to most of these, they actually aren't really able to check for that, for things like this. They're looking for copyrights. They're looking for you posting sporting events that are copyrighted, or, TV shows. And even that's not easy to do. So unfortunately, with something like this, that was obviously such a huge story, the platforms are not made to immediately find them, and they have to rely on the reports that people are going to do and reporting the videos.
Well, and then one may be reported and taken down, but other people ripping off others' recordings of these. And is that just one way it kind of proliferates in the aftermath?
It really is. I mean, and that's unfortunately what happens. It's quite easy to download a video off most of these platforms, even if they're embedded into whatever, embedded into them. There's different things. And so, yeah, someone downloads it. Unfortunately, whether it's they want to share it for their own reach or they want to share it to get their own views on their platform, they're downloading it and it's slightly different. The file is slightly different, and it becomes a game of whack-a-mole, really. And until, they may have to shut down or just really get manual eyeballs on it, which I think is what happened in a lot of the cases yesterday. They finally had to start actually putting people on looking at this, not just bots.
It's kind of surprising that the technology isn't there, or at least isn't used to prevent something like this from spreading when it's showing such explicit violence.
Yeah, and I think that's a combination between how quickly technology changes, but also, and again, not to make a political statement or anything by that means with this, and this isn't political in the same standpoint, but I think there's also, these companies are marketing companies, they want the views. So I think to some level, it's also not in their best interest to slow down when most of the videos are not going to be nearly this graphic. They may be something that somebody finds offensive or somebody else doesn't like, but it's they kind of want it to go up there because they would like the views. They want and plus a lot of people are monetarily incentivized, right? You put something up on some of these, you actually get money. So it's a tough business decision. So I think they probably have some of it, and maybe this will force them to change, but I think some of it's been a business decision to allow things to go up somewhat unhindered.
Well, when I saw a number of people complaining, saying, well, I didn't even click on it. It just started playing after the video that I was watching on Twitter or X or whatever platform, it ended, and then went straight into that, and you didn't necessarily know what you were seeing until you saw it.
Yeah, and that's a combination of it's also algorithms, right? Because if you've looked at anything remotely political on these platforms, which I think all of us have, I don't care what your political viewings are, they've popped in your feed, you've looked at something, and so it hit every algorithm in that sense. So that's part of that. And the other part is, yeah, by default, most of these platforms on mobile especially will autoplay videos, and you have to specifically go and turn them off, or maybe they'll do something like they won't play if you're on a mobile network, which even nowadays isn't really the case. Back before data was so readily available, it would not play unless you're on Wi-Fi, but you have to specifically go into your settings of each of these platforms and tell it not to autoplay.
So is there something we can learn from this? Is there settings for us to change, or something to keep in mind that God forbid something like this happen again? Everyone has a camera, everything's on video now, and often spreads quickly on social media. So what can we do if we are trying to not to see something like this, or trying to make sure our kids don't see something like this?
Yeah, so definitely whatever of these platforms you're using, you can quickly go on their websites. You can Google whichever platform and not autoplay videos. It's very quick to find. It's a couple different settings, so you can do that very quickly and turn that off. And that would be an easy first step I would recommend everyone do. And even just, it's annoying, even if it's not a video like this. Sometimes you don't want to hear whatever sound might be playing, or you probably interrupted a meeting or something before because you're not paying attention and you're watching a video. And then from a standpoint of the kids, unfortunately, I think that's a place where you have to be careful. If you have to kind of pay attention to what your kids are doing, you have to, as a parent, you have to decide what makes the most sense for you. If your children or teenagers or whatever age they are have a phone, you kind of have to see carefully what they're doing. If you have young kids, there's plenty of tools out there where you can flat out block applications or block it unless you allow them. So maybe if they're sitting on the couch next to you, you can let them go on YouTube. But you just have, unfortunately, in the day and age we live in, you have to be very involved. You can't just let them go on there, because even if your kids, I'm sure everyone's kids are very innocent and they don't mean to do something, this kind of thing just pops up.
All right. Well, Matt Rose, CXO of Tech Rage IT in Winter Springs, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. Always appreciate your perspective on things like this.
Appreciate you having me.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live, and here is a live look at One World Trade Center, the Freedom Tower in New York City, on this 24th anniversary of the attacks on 9/11/2001. And we honor today all of those lives lost and the first responders who rushed in, some of them even knowing they may not even survive the day. Certainly heroes, all of them. There was a special ceremony today in Palm Harbor at the Curlew Hills Memorial Garden. The governor was there, a number of people there. But I think what was most striking, and I talked about this with Nancy earlier, was hearing from the kids who were not alive for 9/11, but wrote an essay for a contest talking about their 9/11 heroes. And one of the people who spoke talked about a cousin of hers, a relative who was a first responder and responded to the attacks on 9/11 that day. And here is what she said about how she remembers and honors her 9/11 hero.
My 9/11 hero. On September 11th, 2001, 4 different civilian airplanes were hijacked, not by another country's military, but by foreign terrorists. 2 of the planes struck the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City. A 3rd plane crashed into the Pentagon in Virginia, and the 4th plane crashed into a field in Pennsylvania. Many Americans and citizens from other countries lost their lives, family members, and their friends that day. No one shall ever forget. For those of us who were not yet born, we learn about September 11th by talking with those who remember, and from books, television, and memorial events such as this one. What is a hero? In learning about September 11th, I discovered that there were many heroes that day and in the days that followed. Heroes who rushed into danger or provided comfort and safety for those affected. My family has a personal hero who served on September 11th. My grandmother's cousin, Gary Kavakos, was a New York City firefighter and was one of the many first responders to rush to the Twin Towers that morning. Gary served in Engine Company Number 7 in New York City on Duane Street, not far from the World Trade Center. Gary was supposed to be on shift at Engine Company Number 7 that day, but he had traded days with a fellow firefighter who wanted a future weekend off for a family event. When Gary heard about the plane hitting the North Tower, he rushed to the station to help. He served in the rescue efforts that day and the recovery efforts that followed. Gary knew many of the firefighters that died on September 11th. He told my family how each morning he prayed with other firefighters at Ground Zero as they began the recovery efforts with white buckets. Gary told his family how he was one of a group to find and recover 3 deceased firefighters whose bodies were still in uniform. My grandmother said it meant a lot to him to be a part of the crew that morning. Even though Gary did not die on September 11th, the terrorists were still responsible for his death. Gary was an active person who loved living life to the fullest. He would later die at age 53 from T-cell lymphoma, which is caused by the toxic air and fumes he breathed in every day at Ground Zero. As of December 2023, more people have died from cancers and illnesses linked to the toxic air at Ground Zero than died in the terrorist acts on September 11th, 2001. As a child, my family says that Gary always wanted to be a fireman when he grew up. He grew up in New York and served in the Army and then returned to New York to become a part of the Fire Department of New York. Gary went on to live his dreams in a career he loved for 25 years. We will always honor him for his service to his family and the nation and to the Fire Department of New York. My family still has a tough time discussing Gary's death. My grandmother, my mom, and my aunt all told me how special he was and how sad it was that he's not here anymore. I wish I had the chance to meet Gary, but I'm grateful to have learned so much about him. Of all those who are first responders who immediately rushed to duty without concern for their own safety are heroes. A couple of examples of first responders are the firefighters, police, emergency medical, and many others who came together to offer help. There are so many stories from the people trying to evacuate the towers and the Pentagon telling how they all came together to help each other escape. They were heroes too. That day changed how we think about what is important, including safety and security for our country and our loved ones. I'm especially grateful for heroes like Gary who risk their lives every day.
There is no doubt that Gary and so many others who responded on that day and in the days after, that they are all heroes and are still remembered and will still be remembered, and important to keep that legacy alive for future generations who were not alive for that day. So just another important reason to commemorate that. Well, thanks for joining us here on this Florida Live. 2 o'clock tomorrow, we'll be back here with more on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. In the meantime, here is another live look at New York City on this somber anniversary. Have a great afternoon.